Sorry, thank you for pointing that out, DJ. I had it muted for another scene, and we forgot to stand on. So let us start over with our preamble. Thank you for joining us here for the Star Wars Destiny Store Championship from 401 Games. We're VTTV, and my name is Travis.
And I'm John Yo.
Thank you, John, for joining us here for round one. John did the Warhammer Destiny.
Warhammer
40K
Conquest podcast. I've also done some streaming for X-Wing as well.
Yeah.
So this is my first commentary for Destiny, but I've been kind of playing it and dabbling in it a while, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, so we have 28 players today, so we'll be doing 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 4 cut.
So Lenny just mulliganed pretty much, almost his entire hand. And Dan looks like he might be doing the same too, almost. Oh, nope, he's keeping the majority of it.
Okay, this is mulliganing 2 cards.
Yep. And then he mulliganed 4.
So it's going to be an interesting day here at 401 Games. I think the air conditioning is out, and I think this is supposed to be the beginning of the heat wave here in Toronto for the next week. So could get a bit moist as we go and a little fragrant, but we'll persevere.
Yeah.
Just waiting for
official start time. I think Victor's just going through some of the rules and guidelines.
So yeah, obviously these are some pretty common decks to see. I'm pretty sure Lanny played this deck, or at least a version of this deck, last week at the first kind of local store championship out in Mississauga, where I believe a Pomaz deck actually did take the event, not Lanny's, but another player. So the top 2 players were Pomaz. And Dan I think wasn't playing his Vader Raider, but he's kind of going back to this, which is a deck that he's played a ton to great success in the past.
So Dan just attached fast hands, which is a pretty good start.
And Lanny rolls in Poe.
It looks like 2 range and 1 disrupt, I think, is it?
So yeah, it looks like was that the Secluded Beach ended up being the battlefield, which lets you, when you claim, lets you resolve, or no, that's the one that lets you remove the rage die, right?
Yeah. So you just turn this into...
Or remove rage.
Yep. Oh, there's the special, so Lenny's looking to throw out some bombs. There's that U-Wing.
First U-Wing of the match.
Yep.
So rolls out Maz, which lets him resolve 2 dice immediately, which focuses up Poe and goes there.
Yep. Vader.
Rolls in.
1 and a blank, 1 money.
Yeah, Lanny discards defensive position from that ability.
Yep.
I don't know, actually, I don't mind. Well, with the fast hands out already, defensive position is
not
less good.
Yep.
But usually I like it in the...
Oh, there's an electroshock out of that $1. That's an interesting choice. Do you think he's doing that because the money, or is he doing it just for the potential of the dice manipulation?
Yeah, he's doing it because it's the Vader die,
yeah.
And he knows he'll probably re-roll. So.
Yeah.
Rolls in the Tusken. Looks like he's debating whether he's going to resolve immediately. He decides not to.
Yep. All right. Maz goggles in. So why wouldn't you wait till he re-rolled it before you chucked it?
Just because you want to claim. So he wants to get rid of a Vader die, but also still make sure that he gets to be first player and resolve.
Oh, there you go. They just swapped it in. Oh, all right. Oh, I guess because bait and switch, that would make sense too, right?
I mean, he's not counting on the bait and switch. He just wants to keep his tempo up, try to be first player.
Right.
There's he's probably may have dug in. We already saw defensive position, so controlling the battlefield is good. I think
we just saw Falcon in Lenny's hand, so it'd be interesting to see if that gets somehow tried to be played out.
So hit and run. So rolls him in with ambush.
And it looks like there's that special. Right.
He looks like is that another U-Wing in his hand as well.
Yeah. So,
of course,
yeah. So
rolls
we'll see
this
what.
out.
Yeah.
And I still can resolve 2 dice here.
Right. So will he toss the U-wing?
I suspect you will see a U-wing
U-wing.
at the face.
Yeah. Interesting. And, oh, double. There it is. So he's doing both?
You can't do both. You can only resolve a single
Oh,
die.
right. Yeah, there it is. So he's deciding U-wing. Yep. There it is.
It's an interesting choice. I don't know that it's worth using the focus when he's already got a special die.
Yeah, I feel like.
I guess he's not going to use the dice for any other purpose.
So you might as well, yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a vibro knife.
Vibro knife on Vader.
Yep.
So that makes any potential dug-ins that Lanny might be playing not that useful. So
Reroll. Oh, that's.
So with his ambush accent, he plays doubt,
Yeah.
resolves, and he does rolls 2 damage, which he puts on Vader.
Right.
Vader's at 6 damage, so he's got 7 health left.
Yeah.
And the Raider has 4 health.
Yep. Randy just pops off a single shot, so. There we go. That's resolves that. Fast hands, and then there's probably another 3 more damage coming afterwards. Oh wait, oh he's
wait.
No, he's doing the 2 instead.
He doesn't have an action.
No, down the line though, right? It's another 4 more. Is that a 3 and a 1 afterwards?
I believe it is.
Yep. Okay. Maz's goggles and.
I think in the confusion, Lanny may not have discarded a card.
Oh right. Yeah.
Generally, we're leaving those calls up to the judges and the players, not going and intervening yourself. Actually, Victor, since you're here, go confirm whether Lanny
Chucked a card after Vader activated.
It's not a mandatory.
Oh, is that one a May as well? Okay.
Yeah. So if either the player or the
Doesn't
opponent
say anything. It's not wrong. Okay.
it's a missed opportunity.
Because I think he went to do it and they went back and.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
That's fine.
All right. So just to clarify, it is a May. So if it's missed by both players, then
Just
it's
to clarify, it's not a main, but it is a missed opportunity.
right. Yes. Yeah.
It's on the onus of both players to.
Okay. Ooh. All right. That. Is Poe dead? No. What's happening? So he's taking another. All right. So Poe is 1 away from death. Let's see what Lanny draws and see if he can pull something out before. To at least take out one person before.
So, looks like it's going to be tough. Doesn't look like he has anything where he'll be able to activate and use the die
Yeah.
before there's an opportunity for Lanny. Or for Chris. For Dan. Wow. But chooses to field medic, removing, healing 2 health.
Yep.
Dan rolls in no damage, so
Interesting. Do you think that was using field medic 1 turn too early? Should he have rolled out first?
no, because if Vader rolls a damage, he's dead.
Oh, right, because of fast hands. Right. Forgot about fast hands.
You know, obviously, if he
didn't have fast hands, it would make sense.
If
Yeah.
he rolled a 3, it would still be a risk, but
Yeah. And so that's some money and disrupt, which is not
what he
exactly
needed.
what Lanny's looking for, I'm guessing.
yeah, 4 strike. So here we go. 3 damage finishes
Yeah.
off. This is where the question is like, Lanny has a bunch of resources, so it's not that much of a loss to play the field medic, but
Right.
it has the opportunity to remove one of the dice with the hold-up blaster.
Yep.
Dan is trying to decide which die to
Yep.
remove. Chooses to remove one of the Vader die.
Money. One more.
3 more damage onto
Yeah,
Vader.
10. So. Tuscan is $1.
So we'll see if
Reroll.
how much damage Dan can get out of this turn. Not with that roll.
Nope.
We don't have audio for the table, so I'm not sure if Lanny has claimed or if he's waiting to potentially use the claim. Oh, well, no. There's no range shot, so it's not waiting. He must have
No.
claimed already.
Could he have passed? Could have passed.
No reason to. I don't
Right.
think. Oh, he has the electroshock, right?
Well, yeah, he's got an electroshock. I think he's checking for the dice rolls, right? If something comes up, he's going to electroshock it for sure. +3. So far he's good.
Okay, so
No,
the instant action there shows
yeah.
that he's already.
Yeah. And the Falcon's gone because he doesn't have enough money, which. Vader's rolling in.
Two disrupt, and 1 discard. So
Yeah.
not what he's hoping for, but it looks like he'll use one of
Strip
the
money.
disrupts anyways.
Interesting. Would you have tossed the card? Would you have ditched the card instead of the? Lanny does not look happy.
He does not like that he did not see a focus there.
Yeah.
Obviously, a focus there would have been enough to kill Vader
Right.
by allowing him to set the
The blaster dice.
blaster dice.
Yep. All right.
First strike goes through because of the Viro knife in the pool.
Yep. Oh.
All right. And he's not being thrilled with his rolls
No.
here.
Oh. Holocron. There's 2. Almost there.
Yeah.
I think Dan's considering that, which might be. I think it's a good idea. I think that's a good play. Yep. Interesting. Choice. Would you have pulled out the blaster dice even though it's a blank?
I'm curious. Wow, I would probably re-roll both dice there for a chance to.
Yeah, just to. Interesting. Oh. So Lanny has no cards, right? I think
Lanny
so.
has no cards.
Yeah, so he's done.
I think Dan is thinking about whether he wants to let the uprising happen now, or he's going to take it.
Makashi.
Never mind. That is a much different decision.
Yeah. Right. So. I think Lanny is.
Lanny chooses to take. So Lanny claimed,
Yep.
and then
There, ooh, there's
Dan
some
decided to
damage.
put all of the damage on to Tuscan Raider.
Yep. So that's another.
So it takes 3 more damage that is unblockable.
Yep. All right.
So Lanny needs a very good roll here.
Yeah.
Even though, well, yeah.
Fast. Interesting. Fast hands. And that looks like a.
He needs to get rid of Vader
Yeah.
because that fast hand
Is
is likely going to put damage under the shields.
Yep.
So I think he's just got to roll and hope
He's
that
got to
something-
roll and roll some damage, and then hopefully Dan has no way to pull dice out of the pool. There's dice manipulation there.
Well, no, he's got the mass, so he'll resolve right away.
Oh, right, yes, he'll resolve right away. That's true.
So it's not in a terrible spot here. You
Right.
get one of those focus or the 3 damage on.
And nope.
Once
Oh,
again,
there's shields, so.
doesn't matter. Shields don't matter.
Oh, right, because of the vibros. Man, that vibro and fast hands is really doing work.
Lenny is cursing his luck right now. That is an interesting choice. To play a Force Illusion down.
Right.
I mean, I guess it's a good choice, but
Yeah.
the chances of being able just to take Maz out. So did roll some damage
Yep.
on the blaster, so can no longer finish off Vader with it because of the Force Illusion.
Right.
Can finish off the Tusken, but
Yep.
the Tusken doesn't have the ability to go around the shield. So
Right. Vader rolls some damage, then I think
And
that's
that's
it.
game.
That's game.
So he did roll damage on one of the Vader dice, and
Yeah.
the Vibro Knife makes it sure it goes to the shields.
Done.
That's it. Dan takes the first game.
Yep.
That very easily could have gone to Lanny had the rolls been a little bit different.
Yeah, he had a really good start. Right.
Yes. Thank you for joining us, John, for this
No
first round of
problem.
commentary, and thank you for the viewers. We're going to take a break here, and I'm just going to kind of prepare the clocks for when we may come back. So we'll probably be back close to 1 o'clock with round 2, and we will see you then. welcome back for round 2 of the Star Wars Destiny Store Championship from 401 Games in downtown Toronto. This is VTTV. I'm Travis.
I'm John Yo.
And, yeah, we're just waiting to get the second round started.
So we have Mark C versus Jeff C. Not related. So Jeff is playing Elite Palp, which, you know, I think we've seen that. It's been a pretty strong deck. And then Mark C's playing something a little bit different. It's single Unkar, FN, and a yeah. So I've seen Unkar and FN. I've never seen it with a Royal Guard though. So it'd be interesting to see that what blue cards get pulled into this deck.
Yeah, so obviously Royal Guard is bringing Guardian to the table.
Yep.
And, you know, Rainbow is usually the way you want to play this, so usually the third card is blue.
Mm-hmm.
At least as we've traditionally seen this kind of this Unkar play.
Yeah, I've seen 2 reds. I've seen an Elite Unkar and 2 reds.
Yep.
Right.
They need to do their hands here before they roll.
Yep.
So I think Jeff, it's one of his early games.
Right.
Hasn't played a ton yet.
Yep. I think Mark C's been playing out in Scarborough, so.
So yeah.
So where do you so Palp, you know, Palp would pretty much be dealing 2 damage every dice for the most part. Where do you think he's going to be putting his damage? Do you think it's Unkar first or FN first?
I would probably
Go FN.
I don't know. I might be tempted just to get rid of Unkar's ability.
But I don't know. But Unkar with 2 dice is a little bit hard. Is a little bit more of a priority. Unkar with 1 dice maybe not as much though.
Yep. All right. So the clock is starting on the round, and they're just mulliganing here. So we got a little bit of a cardboard dice tower there for Mark.
Yep. I've seen those things. They're pretty sturdy. Glue and cardboard goes a long way.
So I think Palp.
Nope.
Palp rolls garbage.
Yep. All
So
right.
Mark chooses to go with his battlefield.
Yep.
Just a Starship Graveyard. Which lets you return a support or upgrade, right? From
Yes.
your graveyard
Top of your deck.
to your top of your deck.
That's Imperial Inspection, I think, right? It looks like it.
Does he have a lot of... Do you have the disrupt sides other than... no.
I don't think there's a lot. There might be a lot of them in his upgrades, maybe, and he's
Yeah.
right. So, Gaffy stick. So weapons on that, which is nothing. Which
So you can't resolve it?
yep.
Interesting that he's playing the Gaffy stick, probably thinking that he wants to avoid, or wants to be able to redeploy it if
Stuff
FN is the target.
Yep. So you got the Holodron with the power and
4 discard.
yep. All right.
Oh.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd...
Do that instead, but activate 4 on. Yeah, so it looks like he's going after FN first.
He doesn't have damage dice.
Oh right.
Now, discard is great against FN,
Yeah.
because FN could potentially be
Yep.
overriding
Yep.
that. So he will.
And he's dealing the damage to.
He does not his... Yeah, so... Mark is spreading it out.
Yep. FN filling out. And all right, so Holocron went back. What's that other symbol on Palp? Is that another discard?
What, on his die?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So So it looks like he did roll a disrupt on the Gaffy stick. So use the Imperial section to bounce the Holocron, but I mean, Holocron can come back.
Yep.
Won't worry about.
Not yet.
The game is basically over. No, it's okay.
So just having some argument about the markers that they were using.
Okay.
It finds all things.
Yeah. You're gonna reroll.
Discards to reroll.
Same thing.
Same thing.
One resource.
Rolls in Uncar for a single resource.
All right.
Replays the Holocron. He's got a Rise Again and Isolation.
Yep.
And left in his hand. Yes, TL, I do think he's using his resources for shields right now.
Yeah.
And now that dealt 2 damage, so they're gone.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. I don't know if... Yeah, it's up for the players to resolve how they're going to use the tokens. But
Right.
for our benefit, they are being used backwards than how they're traditionally used.
Right. So range damage, discard, and the Holocron special. Interesting. Gaining the resource off the Hollow Blaster. And so it's ambush.
Use Guardian.
Yep.
So note that that doesn't resolve the die. It just takes damage.
Right.
So it does not trigger Palpatine's special ability.
Yep.
So Guardian's a good way to mitigate those Palpatine dice.
Yep.
Discard gets rid of a flamethrower and a friends in low places. Both good things to get rid of.
Split them.
So in resolving that dice, he does another damage to Uncar and 1 to Finn. FN.
Yep.
And I think he might as well use the Holocron for the Force Illusion. Although he has to bind all things as well, so.
Yeah. All right.
Rolls in FN. Got the Gaffy Stick special.
And 3 ranged.
Yeah, one pay side there, but he's got some money.
Wait. Oh yeah, character dice.
Yeah, TL, I think Jeff is a newer player, so I don't think he's trying to be deliberately confusing. I think
Yeah, he's just-
he bought the tokens, and that's how he has been playing them. And I don't know, it's maybe one of his first tournaments. Uses uncard ability. I didn't see what card that was that he showed.
What do you think of Holdout Blaster in this deck? It's
What, in the top deck?
no, in the uncard deck. There's not a lot of range, so it's, strategy is usually to range, to keep your melee damage with your melees or your
Fine.
ranges with your range.
So between ambush and redeploy, it's such a good attachment that
Right.
it's hard to not
to ignore,
play.
even though if it doesn't match the majority of your attack symbols.
Well, I mean, yes, he will be playing out more ranged upgrades as well. So
Yeah, Ryan, we can see the chat. All right.
rolls in the lightsaber special, doing it immediately.
Yep.
So I mean, Palpatine has dealt 7 damage so far. It's just
Yep.
equally spread across all 3 characters.
Right.
He needs to start
Start getting his damage dice.
Marshall, I think Jeff is a newer player, is less experienced. So in some of these earlier rounds, we're trying to get some variety on the stream. As we get closer to the cut, it'll definitely be focusing on the top tables. Help in.
And no.
He's getting those discard side. Oh no, shield side. Sorry. The 2 shield side, 1 resource, and a blank on the holocron. Oof. This is rough. So overwrites. Gavi stick with prize possession.
Right. Pelt dice.
That's going to make things. It's going to make an uphill battle for Jeff.
Pelt for sure. Doesn't look like he's pulled any of his abilities either to start trying to do something with that holocron.
I'm not sure it's worth taking the resource there, but. Ooh. Rolls an FN. Pretty decent roll. Jeff is just trying to decide what he wants to do here. He's going to doubt the lightsaber die,
And
which hasn't rolled anything except a special so far. Uses uncard ability again.
getting one.
Okay.
So pistol. So look like it'll be another 3 more damage heading towards Pelt. Oh no, so he's gonna mill instead. Interesting choice. Would you have milled instead of taking damage?
I don't know, he seems to be focused on taking cards out of his hand before he's doing damage.
Right.
He's not getting rid of his cards, not playing his cards, so he's not drawing into any of his upgrades.
Right. Looks like he's drew a Force Throw and Mind Probe. So we might actually see some upgrades coming out. Alright, so there's Mind Probe.
Didn't use it, binds all things.
Yeah.
Oof. Confiscates the Mind Probe.
Oh, ouch.
Hitting the ropes there, buddy. Good job. That was the best I've ever done like a 12 miles. So I'm happy with that.
And that's going to Guardian to 3 damage.
I know. I mean, if I don't, I load up the weapon. I've always got a good balance with this. Probably, I don't know.
Talking about when he should have paid 1 credit less, he didn't do it, so he's not allowing him to go back.
I did not do embarrassingly bad.
Overconfidence. They're debating whether the Imperial Inspection will proc here.
Which I think it does.
Yeah, I was just checking the wording.
Look like rocket launcher's coming in, just what to replace. And lightsaber was replaced with rocket launcher and no money though.
Yeah, so I think the Imperial Acceptance could have triggered there.
Right.
But I think Jeff would have just played those cards out again for free because of the It Binds All Things.
Right. Ability.
Alright, looks like he hit the rise again.
Yep.
So he gets 5 resources.
Wow. So I think Jeff just claimed.
Did he have the 5 damage at the start of this turn?
No. No.
I feel like I would have been tempted to since he had 6 resources, try to play the Rise Again.
And just get it out, yeah.
Just knowing that Unkar's ability is there.
To strip stuff, yeah, for sure.
And then it gets rid of something big in his hand.
Yep.
Just so he can start cycling through.
Yeah. Especially with Unkar being able to grab those resources as well, you definitely don't want to keep expensive stuff in your hand.
Max rolling like a madman, not really hitting a lot.
Yeah. But I think Jeff also did have a Mind Probe and a Force Throw, so maybe he was trying to balance that and get some of the upgrades in instead.
Yeah, but he could have discarded one and played them as a result of the Rise Again.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
If he didn't already have something in his system.
Yeah, exactly, but...
With the fact that the Rise Again would let you do both.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Just pitch one for the reroll and then... Right.
But it's very easy to be critical when you're not in the middle of a game.
Yep.
No, just raise your hand, call judge. Call judge. Sorry, just helping resolve a nearby table who wanted a judge call.
All right, so there's Force Lightning. That cannot be confiscated.
Oh, there's Crime Lord.
Uh-oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. That'll be do it.
He still has to roll a special, but
Yep.
he's got tons of money.
Yep.
I got it, Victor.
That's a pretty rough roll for Jeff, and there's that Crime Lord special with the money. So Jeff has to somehow, and Jeff taps. There you go. He didn't have any way to pull that out. So.
Oof. Prize possession and then a Crime Lord to kill Palpatine?
Well, two. It was 2 prize possessions, wasn't it? It was 2 prize possessions.
No, just one.
No. But he pulled out the other one, didn't he? Was there 2?
I don't think so. No,
I think he played 2, didn't he? With that game?
he only played one.
He only played 1.
It's unique, so I think you can only play one.
Oh right.
Yeah, it is unique. So yeah, that's it for this round.
Yeah.
Because of the lack of air conditioning in here, we're giving the players a 20-minute break at the end of this round, just so they can get some air because they've been here since pre-reg.
Yep.
So that means our next round is scheduled to start at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be back then. Actually, John will be.
I may not be
us.
back, but I think we'll get somebody else to commentate for sure.
Yeah. So we'll be back at 2. Hopefully you'll come back and join us then. I'll still be lurking on the chat for folks who want to talk, but we're gonna go to break.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Hello, and welcome to round 3 of the Star Wars Destiny Store Championship here at 401 Games in Toronto. We're back from break. We have two 2-0 players matched up this round. We have Pomaz, which will be a familiar sight, particularly as we stick to the top tables going forward. But it's playing against the Hero Mill deck, which should be interesting. This is Travis now. Victor will be joining me on stream as soon as we get this round kicked off. Just trying to do both commentary and TOing. I think we've mentioned this in the chat, but there's 30 players out for the event today. 5 players brought Pomaz, 4 players brought E. Palpatine, and then there are 3 players playing Vader Raider. And then there's a bit of a mix after that. There's some Qui-Gon Rays, there's some the Spirit of Awakening, there's some like Hayden Christensen Vader with Kylo. There
was some fuck up over there. I just have to fix it. It's not going to take long to fix, but they don't jump in.
Is the matchups changing?
No, everything stays.
All right. Yeah, I think there's going to be a few more minutes dealing with some problems with the software. So it'll be a little delayed starting this round. So where are all the folks watching the stream today from? We've obviously, BTTV is covering a lot of the Toronto events. We played in the Store Champs last week and kind of finished middle of the pack. And we'll be covering another Store Championships next Saturday live. Victor and I will probably be doing commentary again. That'll be from face-to-face games here in Toronto. DJ, you're from North Carolina, cool. I imagine a lot of the viewers are probably from the States. Las Vegas, nice, Ryan.
All right, Destiny players.
All right, South Africa, that might win the prize for the furthest away watching today. All right. I guess we do have some variety in where people are watching from. We got Poland, South Africa, a few from the States. Hey, Destiny players, listen to Victor. Oh, nice. I guess it's good that we have no local Toronto players watching, because it means they're all here. So Victor's just announcing some additional pricing. What we're going to do, we have the 2 Worlds Mon Mothma promos. Out of all of the players with an 0-2 record right now, whoever finishes with the best record at the end of the tournament will win one of those Mon Mothmas. And we'll be giving away the other Mon Mothma randomly to a player at the tournament. So this Mill deck, I don't know who the Mill deck matched up against in round 1, but she did just beat a pretty good player playing Vader Raider last round. So, you know, Mill, one of the ways to deal with Poe is to get him to discard those vehicles before he can throw them at you. So Mill is supposed to be one of the ways you can help to deal with that deck. We'll see how it fares here. All right, so we got things started off. Rolled in step, obviously. Hits a discard side. Wow. First play Planetary Uprising on Peter's side, which is interesting, particularly when facing a snap. I mean, you're not going to have the resources necessarily to do it this turn, so why?
So I'm back, Travis. What did I miss?
So you missed it, not very much. Peter played out a Planetary Uprising, and then we rolled Snap in for a discard.
Okay, so I see in the chat actually that somebody said they're most interested in seeing how well this performs. I agree with you. So of the decks I've been testing personally with this new Spirit Rebellion format, Hero Mill has been one of them, and I do believe that it's actually a sleeper list, just because it has the resilience to weather the storm of Pomaz. I played against Amanda a month ago, actually, at the Spirit Rebellion pre-release tournament at Face-to-Face Games, some games of which you can see on our YouTube channel.
Just sorry,
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out as well, for that discard, he played Commando Raid for some additional card discard, so
That's
getting some
actually
good use out of that.
Yeah, that's actually a card I don't play just because in this list, Snap. In this list, I think Snap is the one that usually dies early, so I don't like putting cards that rely on red characters to be still alive for you to use them. But yeah, Amanda is actually very skilled at piloting this list. I was playing a different version of the Hero Mail deck that ran 2 Maz dice instead of 2 Snap dice, and it wasn't until I played against Amanda that I realized that the Snap version is superior. Because unlike my version, this is actually quite fast at milling the opponent.
Sure.
Because Snap prevents, especially low money decks like Pomaz, from claiming the battlefield early, and that leaves Amanda to basically claim at her leisure.
So yeah, so re-rolling here, Peter finally gets a special on Poe.
Yep.
He's got no more cards in his hand.
So they were all stripped. Yeah, Commander Raid, huge play by Amanda here, I think. And Peter is no slouch with this deck. I played against him, I think, on Tuesday. He was playing the same list. He was testing it. I think his version, I believe, runs 2 Cunnings to place on Maz there. So it basically decreases the variance of the rolls required to get that post special.
The other thing to note here is, I think the Planetary Uprising was the only way that Peter could spend his credits to avoid the disrupt.
Yeah.
So he wanted to get some value out of those
Now,
resources.
he
before.
claimed there? Did he have a money to claim?
No, he did not. I don't think so. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He did. He did.
I must have missed it. So I think Amanda's off to a really good start because usually a lot of Pomaz decks, they deal a huge amount of damage turn 1. And Hit and Run's gone already. Thermal Detonator's gone in the discard pile from Peter, which is one of the huge area effect damage cards dodged. I think that's going to make Amanda's game a little bit easier. Of course, there's the Cunning that I talked about that's going to allow Maz to fish for some of those post specials that this deck desperately needs.
So another discard side showing for Snap. If he has another Commander Raid, it's going to be great.
So Snap is one of those dice where I actually don't really care even if I roll 2 blanks. But 1 blank doesn't really matter for me either because there's no pressure to resolve that die, right?
Disrupt and a resource from Poe, not what he's hoping to roll, but that's what Maz is for.
Here's a Con Artist. Getting an early Con Artist is huge because it allows Amanda to place that increased pressure on Peter's deck here.
So interesting here, spreading it out. So it's a little easier to take out Maz, but he wants to spread out some of that discard. So even if Padme goes out, he doesn't lose a Con Artist as well.
Yeah. So there's that special side from Cunning. Of course, now through Maz's ability, Peter gets to resolve 2 of his dice if he wants to. I think I saw U-Wing hiding in Peter's hand, so that's probably going to be something he'll be looking to pitch here. As for the other side, I mean, there is one resource Amanda has that Peter can disrupt here for the other resolution, but he might just want to keep it around for perhaps a reroll. I'm not sure if I saw any other big cards in this.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he... Oh, wait, he does. I'm not sure that he's scared of the resources that Amanda can spend. I mean, there's things like Scout obviously in her hand that
Yep.
she's happy to get in play.
Well, I see
And
an
also
ammo
all
belt,
the,
and I think I do see a second chance, right? So if you disrupt Amanda's resources, I mean, that's one more resource away from playing that second chance.
Right.
A lot fewer second chances to blow through. So now what I've seen Peter do actually with the specials is that I've seen him, and this is why I'm wary about playing Con Artist against a deck with Cunning, because they can trigger your Con Artist as well. So it looks like Peter resolved the Scout actually, which is reveal the
Scout's not in
hand. Oh, it's not in play. What is this then? If he's resolving, oh, he's resolving Maz's Goggles. My bad. So this is probably a Maz Goggles resolution on the Cunning. So Maz's Goggles allows you to look at your opponent's hand and choose an event card from it and discard it. So Loth Cat and Mouse is good. Not too sure about Loth Cat and Mouse in a snap deck, because generally they're going to want to remove snap dice first. So if you've already resolved one snap dice, it becomes less appealing to play that card. But all in all, it's actually not that bad of a opening roll from
I guess the
From
Con Artist
Peter.
rolling. So
Yep.
first special on the Con Artist.
So that's one card, of course, putting one damage on the Con Artist. Further triggers of the Con Artist ability, whether by Peter's Cunning or by Amanda herself, will just be milling more and more cards from the deck.
Takes that resource, so he'll be able to claim if he wants to.
Yeah, so I think maybe Amanda would want to, I would maybe want to look to claim here, perhaps. Now, I do realize that, yeah.
She does.
Yeah, that's a smart move, because all Peter had was his 2 Maz dice, and by themselves, they can't really
No.
throw anything at Amanda through
I mean-
pose ability.
Peter can take as many shields as he wants. Amanda does not care.
Exactly. And that's another thing I really like about this this Hero Mill deck, is a lot of the decks that are doing really well, sometimes they run hot, sometimes they run cold. Generally with a Hero Mill deck like Amanda's, you really don't care what sides you roll. Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, you like money, you like the mill side, but you have all these events, you have the battlefield, you have all this disruption in your hand, so you don't really, it doesn't really matter what you roll, because you can always get some use out of it. And if Amanda is also playing C3PO, she just played a Spynet there.
Spynet is great. So Spynet, when you roll a discard, you can exhaust to mill a card, right? Discard a card
That's
from the top
right.
of the deck.
Yeah, so it doesn't require a separate action. It's just whenever you roll focus, even on a reroll. So Peter here rolling just like last turn, I think. Another disrupt, another resource. And again, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like with Amanda's deck, it doesn't really matter what you roll, but with Peter's deck, there's only a couple of sides that you want to see.
Yeah.
So here's Maz rolling out. Of course, she gets to resolve 2 dice here. There's a discard side, a focus side, so it's probably gonna be. Oh, so she goes for the discard instead of focusing into the special, which I guess is fine, because you have a chance of stripping a really big card. Oh no. Okay, so she's gonna decide to do what I thought she was gonna do, which is instead mill 2 cards now, because there's 2 damage on Con Artist. So that's more stuff, and that's, I believe, I forget the name of that card. It's like tactical something. It's an upgrade that I've talked to Peter about this, and he says he really likes that card. He's a huge fan. It's whenever you, I believe, activate the character, you get to draw a card and then put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. And Peter likes it because he
Just
fishes
going back
for-
a second and realizing that she rolled in, so just doing the triggers in the orders that she wants, so
Yes.
she can do this after she does the focus and the other thing. So
Yep.
Spynet triggers, that's another card off the top of the deck.
Yep. And that's good on Peter for allowing Amanda to take that back.
No, she didn't take it back.
Oh, no.
Because she can do those in any order she wants.
I see.
So that reaction was still in the queue.
Okay, so here's Peter rolling up Maz, looking for some focuses. There's a cunning special. There's actually there's a range damage side, but no resources.
She's
for
get a
Peter yet.
resource from Poe she wants.
Yep. But again, I mean, we're on turn 3, and there's not a lot of damage on any of Amanda's characters just yet. So things are looking really good for Amanda here. So Peter might want to resolve Maz's Goggles again instead of throwing something. Again, it's kind of hard to see what's in Peter's hand. I don't know if I see something worth throwing with Poe.
And of course, milling that fast hands off the top of the deck is another blow against
Yeah.
Poe.
Absolutely. I think that's another reason why Peter hasn't had the explosive start. Didn't get that fast hands. I jumped in later on in the game, so I don't know.
Chooses to use the disrupt to get rid of Amanda's last resource. You can see everyone, you'll see most of the players will have ice drinks at the table now, with the air conditioning not working today.
It's brutal here today.
It's like 90, 95 degrees in here.
Are you saying that for the benefit of our American viewers?
Well, American, Polish, actually Polish is metric, so that's okay.
Yeah.
UK viewers. Actually, the UK viewers are metric as well, I think. We've got a lot of different people from different parts of the world watching.
Yeah.
I thought he had a U-wing,
yeah.
but it's not. The fact that he's not using it makes me wonder if the U-wing is there.
I think maybe Peter might be on the counter mill plan. I'm not sure. He might have had enough of a slow start, but he thinks that maybe he can beat Amanda to the end of her deck. But we'll see. Greetings,
well.
Jay, from Germany.
Yeah, we have more international viewers. We're more like non-North American viewers than North American. Yeah, so it's 30 so degrees in here.
30 plus.
Ridiculously humid.
It's the humidity, really. It's like literally Dagobah swamp in here. So focus roll, 2 focus. Always happy to see that side with Padme. Of course, I mean, now that Maz on Amanda's side has resolved her side, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Now, if only C-3PO was out, Amanda could use that 2 focus side to something else, perhaps 2 discard, something like that. Wow, lots of international viewers. I think maybe some part of it has to do with the fact that, like in Europe, it's like 7, 8 p.m. right now on a Sunday evening. You know, you're done for the day, watching some Destiny before you go to bed.
Hopefully the North American viewers are all out there playing in Store Championships right now.
Yeah.
I know we do have DJs from North Carolina, and I think you're playing your first Store Championship next week, right, DJ?
Yeah, good luck to you, man. So there's that U-wing that I think Discreet said was in Peter's hand. Throws that at Amanda's team, so that's 2 damage to each of Amanda's characters. Still, things are looking pretty good for Amanda. She has yet to put a second chance on somebody, but so like Maz is almost dead there. That's 7 damage out of 8. Did she miss the shield there?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna go correct that.
So focuses those dice. Victor went over and helped fix. So goes to discard side. Doesn't change the other side.
The next round.
I said it'll be half an hour for my Sorry, we're busy answering questions, so missed what happened there.
It's a discard. So that was a claim, right? By yeah. So that should be on Peter's side, but we know that Peter has a battlefield.
No. Peter couldn't claim. He didn't have a resource.
Oh.
So it was a claim from Amanda again.
Oh, sorry, I misinterpreted that. I thought that was her resolving the discard side. So, last week we had an X-Wing Store Championship, and we had a table microphone there, and that made things a lot easier for us to follow, because we actually hear what was going on at the table. So, we apologize if there's some misinterpretation of the screen we got going on. Plus, it's kind of noisy here right now, but hopefully we're falling close enough for you guys. And guys in the chat, guys and girls in the chat, obviously you guys are much more keen and on the ball, so if we miss anything, we appreciate
Maz rolls in, 2 disrupt. Oh, sorry, gonna do the discard.
Yep, and there's the Spynet focus. Man, I love Spynet. I had Spynet originally. Oh, and that's the 3 mil now. Jeez.
I'm torn there. I probably would have done that. I would have been tempted to go for the disrupt.
Yeah.
Just because that's potentially another command center that you're going to be able to use.
I mean, Amanda could just claim as her next action because I think I see 2 cards in the discard pile there.
Might as well try to get a Padme out.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hope to fade the fact that Peter doesn't have a lot of throwable cards in his hand anymore, but he rolled out Maz first.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So throwing a rocket launcher, using focus into cunning special to kill off Maz there, but yeah. Or maybe he's thinking about dealing 2 to each or 2 of his opponent's characters.
It doesn't.
Yeah. So now he's just explaining how this is working. He still needs to pay 1, and it looks like 2 damage to each of characters, which is smart because not only does it kill Maz, it piles more damage on the other characters, but that's also 1 more throwable item out of Peter's hand. Still, Amanda in this game just has to get rid of the rest of the cards in Peter's hand here. And yeah, that's 2 damage on each of Amanda's characters. So, yeah, it's down to 2 upgrade-less characters on Amanda's side. Rolling out the snap, we see a 1 disrupt and a 2 disrupt. Peter might just claim here, just try to get under that disrupt side. Of course, Peter is showing 2 resources there. So tough. Not sure what Peter's trying to decide what to do here. Oh, it looks like 4 cards actually, so sorry I was mistaken. It's 4 cards in the hand. Yeah, discreet. Amanda's been playing this deck for about a month now, and when I was playing against her back at the pre-release, she was a very formidable opponent, so I can only imagine she's gotten better since then. And like I said at the beginning of this match, I think this is a sleeper deck. I think it has the hit points, the annoying second chance ammo belt combo, and it can endure an onslaught by this Planetary Uprising Pull Master. I mean, sometimes you get unlucky, sometimes they roll perfect round 1 and they smear your entire team, but usually variance is on your side, and you can mill a lot of the powerful cards from their deck, and it forces the Pomaz player to make a lot of tough decisions.
Yeah. I see a scout in her hand.
So I think we're still on Peter's action. He's deciding what to do. Maybe he's trying to map out if he can actually kill Amanda with what he's got in his hand. Not sure if I see anything. There might be a launch bay there, but now he's looking through his discard, just trying to verify exactly what he has in his discard pile, see if there's anything left in his draw deck, perhaps, that he can draw and throw at Amanda's characters here. So now, yeah.
So he's got a Ewing in there. I don't think he's gone through both. I don't think he's gone through both of his rocket launchers yet.
But he hits and runs here, which makes me think that he has something. But maybe it's just hit and run into a claim. I think
he just wants to get to claim first because he figures he needs to win on next turn regardless.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, no special side, but again, I don't think we see anything in Peter's hand that's worth throwing there. So now he's deciding what to do with his second action. And, things are looking decent for Amanda still.
I still think it's a real option. Real thought he might actually just claim still.
Yeah, I think Amanda, if she does indeed have a second chance or hopes to draw one, just like make sure you have 3 resources and just get that. Oh, jeez. Okay, so he gets 4 resources here that makes him able to claim even through Snap's disruption here. But maybe you just claim here as Amanda. Instead, she decides to roll it out. Maybe not. Yes, gets a blank, and I think this is where Peter just snaps off the claim. Snaps off the claim, mills his 2 cards, just hopes to get something big next turn. Planetary Uprising. So I think Amanda should claim here.
No, she just disrupts the money away.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because now he
This
has
disrupt, so
money,
he
yeah.
can't claim now. He'll disrupt back, I'm sure.
Disrupt back, yeah. And now maybe Amanda's going to want to fish for Padme's special.
She might as well.
Yeah. Oh, no,
Oh,
she decides
why
to
not?
claim instead. It might. The cards in her hand might be useful, and that's huge. That's a Ewing and a Millennium Falcon. He just drew his last 2 cards in his hand. He drew his last 2 cards in his hand, and now I think Peter has what? 4 cards in his hand. That's it.
Yes, 4 cards.
So all Amanda has to do is fade this next thing. I think that's a Loth Cat and Mouse, perhaps, in Amanda's hand. Yeah. So she's looking through her discard pile, perhaps. Looks like a Rebel in her hand, Electroshock. Hard to tell with the last 2 cards. Don't look like a second chance. Oh, well, she spends 3 words. This can only mean one thing, and there it is, second chance.
Might as well play this safe.
Yep. So that's, unless Peter pulls off some kind of claim miracle here. Rolls.
That's it for Snap.
Yeah. So Snap is dead, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of does matter
He needs
because
to
now
get
Peter can
discard,
claim.
actual
Yeah.
discards, and she's not necessarily set up well for that purpose.
Yeah. So yeah, Amanda, I think she has an ammo belt in her hand as well. So as long as she's able to get 1 resource, she can just throw that on as well. And I don't know if there's a lot that Peter can do at that point. I mean, okay, and then there's 1 discard. I think maybe you just, as Amanda, you just claim, because I can't believe that Peter has anything huge left in his deck. So there's a Rebel gone. Amanda rolling out. 2 focus, unfortunately, does nothing except for the Spynet, which also does nothing. And there's a range side. Now, that's what Peter actually needs at this point. Just needs to find those range sides, both on the DL something, whatever that thing is called. That Blaster Maz is carrying, and both opposed dice here. But, I mean, it's good for Amanda if Peter discards to reroll. Because that's 1 less card in Peter's hand, so maybe you just claim, prevent those planetary uprising from going off. Yeah, there are those 2 focuses there, but I'm not sure if there's anything else that really Amanda can do with that focus.
I think Amanda has to try to claim here too, and avoid taking that 4 damage.
The only useful sides on Padme right now are her discard side and her resource side. Excuse me. And I don't know if you want to keep discarding cards on your own to chase one of those 2 sides, because
Unfortunately, I feel like she really needed to try to mill those last 2 cards in his deck last turn, so he only had to make him discard 2.
now it could just have been something she missed. She was like, gotta claim, gotta make sure I don't take 4 damage from Planetary Uprising, but that is going to be 6 damage at Padme. Not enough to throw the second chance off quite yet. But you do know that Peter is going to do that, so you have at least 1 more action. But just keep in mind, even with her discarding and making her reroll, she's not going to have the time to also spend the action. So I think if I was in her spot, it looks like she passed, perhaps? Yeah. So passes. Padme takes 6. She now has 2 HP left. And I think Amaz just claims it. Yeah. So now, not sure what they're discussing.
They're discussing whether it's 2 separate instances of damage or not. So
I think it
would be. So it would be 2 that would kill her, and then it would deal another 2. Would that kill her and trigger the second chance? Then it would deal another 2.
So I think Amanda, if she doesn't have a
Is there?
no, so our judge, I think there's a judge.
Oh, they're going to ask the
question.
judge, but
Yeah, so our Marshal Shane is there, I think, clarifying that question. Whether or not it's 2 separate instances, so we're going to figure that out in a second. And I think it is 2 separate instances of damage.
yes, it would be.
So I think Amanda's play here is she has an ammo belt, she throws it on right now, give herself 5 extra HP, but doesn't. And no, she goes for the scout instead. I don't think she had an ammo belt.
She must not.
No. That's fine still. I mean, as long as you get the cards out of her hand, out of Peter's hand.
But you can still, what, do 3 cards at most?
Yeah.
Or 2 cards?
Okay, so there's a focus, resource, blank. Peter might just hold off on the focus there for pose dice. And here's 3 damage at Padme, so second chance falls off. 5 health left, and I don't think he's going to resolve anything else. So now, actually, momentum's in Peter's favor because all now he has to do is resolve 1 more range damage. There it is, and then claim, and then Padme is dead unless unless Amanda has a electroshock. I think is what I saw to get rid of that.
He does have an electroshock.
Die. Yeah.
But I mean, that's just a holding action at this point.
Yeah. Now, I can't tell. Do you know how many cards Peter has in his hand? Oh, wow. Okay, well, focus does nothing, but there's that scout special, and it looks like there's 4 cards in Peter's hand. So still quite a ways to go with the mill here. And this has been a traditional difficulty of many mill decks. I mean, you've milled the deck out, but now you have to get rid of the cards in the player's hand. Yeah. Generally, villain mill is better at getting rid of cards in players' hands, and hero is better at getting rid of cards from the decks. So that's why you see this sort of thing happening here. But okay, so that's resolution of scout, but I think that means that Amanda loses if Peter claims here, right?
Yes, I think he just claims it.
Yeah, so claim and deal 4, and I don't know if she sees that yet, and there's the handshake. Okay, so congratulations to Peter, but well fought for Amanda. So just a little difficulty finishing off, and we don't see ammo belts, unfortunately. I think if Amanda did have that ammo belt in her hand, it would have been a much closer game, but you do see that even with 2 planetary uprisings and a bunch of damage thrown at all of Amanda's characters, she still managed to make it a quite close game. So that is it for round 3. Peter is now 3-0. Of course, Amanda still has a chance to make it into the top 4 if she wins her next 2 games. But we will be back in about 10 minutes for round 4, so stay tuned.
No, probably 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Yeah, okay.
Hello, and welcome back for round 4 of the Star Wars Destiny Store Championship Tournament from 401 Games. In this match, we have Vader Raider up against the Emo Kids. We've got the new Vader and the new Kylo. Both of these players are 3-0 so far. Chris is obviously a familiar face for those who've watched our stream matches in the past. Did you start the time? We're VTTV. I'm Travis.
And I'm Victor.
And we're settling in for another interesting round here.
So on the right side, that's a deck that's been gaining popularity.
Yep.
Jay's, they call it the Emo Kids deck.
Yep.
I think Shane played this deck. I think
John did.
John Gobet. Yeah. So if you watch our Spirit of Rebellion pre-release videos that are on our YouTube channel, you can see me actually play horribly a Hero Mill deck against John's Emo Kids deck. So this is a very, like the Emo Kids deck that Jay is piloting, it's a very fast deck that like burns down the opponent. You know, both Kylo and young Vader have special sides that can take advantage of the Emperor's throne room. Of course, in this environment, a very dangerous battlefield to have. So Chris Tremblay. Now, Chris Tremblay on the left side, he's actually known for playing slower control decks. Like, he's the one that sort of, at least in this area, the Toronto area, kind of pioneered the Unkar FN Trooper deck that won European Nationals. Of course, his build is a little different compared to the one that won European Nationals, but I think he decided instead that he was going to play something a little bit faster, Vader Raider, which actually has gotten a lot more popularity in the last week here in Toronto. There hasn't been. There's actually only like maybe 1 or 2 Palpatine lists in this tournament today.
There are
4 Palpatine lists. Jeez. Okay, but by
So there's
comparison,
5 Pomaz, 4 Palpatine, 3 Vader Raider.
and I think the tournament that we played in last week, there was 0 Vader Raiders. Or
No,
one?
there was a couple.
Yeah. But Vader Raider's still good. Who knew?
But one of the things that we note in the Toronto meta, there is a little bit of shame sometimes about playing some of the top tier kind of internet popular decks.
Yeah.
So some of the better players have a little bit of a resistance to running those decks over and over again in tournaments.
Well, also there's some players that have already won store championships, and they've used that opportunity to like maybe play something a little bit more. Well, fun is relative. Like I'm not the kind of person that's gonna shame somebody for playing a deck that wins in a tournament.
Yes.
But at the same time, you know, you've won a store championship already. Like you don't really have to try hard so much. Right.
Again,
So-
it's not something where people are shaming those players.
Yeah.
It's just some of the better players. It's like, I don't want to just bring the internet hotness. I want to try to bring something a little bit more unique.
So there's Chris rolling out the Vader. Of course, you do have to remember to tell your opponent to discard there, and he does discard a deflect. Obviously,
I don't think the deflect is going to come in play.
Well, if Tusker Raider rolls his so you can see here actually an example of the explosiveness of the Emo Kids deck. You already see like a 3 melee times 2 on the young Vader, and then 2 melee. Of course, that's a very expensive set of melee damage, showing on Jay's side. Chris having an anemic roll himself with his Vader and his Raider. And discarding to reroll here, still nothing.
Same roll?
Yeah, and as I was saying last round, right, like with the Hero Mill versus some of these aggro decks, like this is the danger. Like you're trying to deal damage fast, but sometimes you just can't get those sides that you want to resolve, you know? So Jay having the same problem, him not having enough money. Of course, the really cool thing about the Emo Kids deck is that really you can just claim almost any time you have like a Kylo or a Vader die showing and deal some damage. So that looks like 4 damage going into Vader, trying to burn down Vader as quickly as possible, always a good plan.
Goes around the shields because of the Vibro Knife in play?
Yep. And Electroshocking Vader die, very smart because that's always 3 damage.
And you know when he claims that was going to be 3 damage?
Now he put it on the wrong character, but I'm pretty sure he'll realize his mistake. If not, we can go correct him. So there's a claim from Jay there, showing a Vibro Knife, 2 damage. On to Chris. Now, you do have to, with Kylo, announce your target before you reveal the card. So we're going to trust that Jay announced his target before that happened. So that is, what is that, 4 strike, okay? changing Vader's die into the 3 melee. And there's Chris correcting the game state there for us. Thank you, Chris. And deals 3 damage. 4 damage. Should be 4 damage, actually, unless he had a shield on it, right? Or maybe not. Okay, going into round 2. Jay has the initiative here, having the battlefield. See an overconfidence, Makasha training, which is a surprisingly good card, actually. Yeah, it's been a bit of a sleeper hit from Spirit Rebellion. Nothing too flashy, but like for all those decks that require melee sides, it's been really strong. Sith Holocron coming down, getting some of those free force powers
On both sides.
Yep, rolling out Kylo. And now, of course, all these Sith Holocron decks do run expensive upgrades, so Kylo's side can potentially be scary here. And there is a focus and a blank with the Raider dice. Young Vader rolls in response, and two melee damage. And of course, those damage are unblockable because of the Vibro Knife showing. Force speed. Now, I'm actually personally not a huge fan of force speed in the Vader Raider deck. Like, I don't think it's necessary. Of course, there is the cute combo of fast hands into force speed, which allows you to take a bunch of actions at once.
Yeah, I mean, I think without the fast hands, it's not really worth it.
So now here's a discard to re-roll all the non-damage sides.
I don't know, I'd be tempted to take a chance on the Kylo special.
Yeah. Vader rolling out. Looks like a 3 melee, a 4 speed side, and a 1 resource, or sorry, a 1 shield side rather on Vader. Jay discards Force Illusion.
That's like 2 damage, I think.
Is it? Okay. Hard to see on our small screen, but you got this. Okay, so overconfidence. So makes him reroll 2 dice, remove the lowest value, of course. Not a hard decision there with the 2 blanks. So that's a great resolution there for Jay.
Uses the force speed because why not? Scratch another force throw to get some reroll here.
Yeah, Chris's rolls haven't been very hot actually, and you can see on Jay's side like there's only 3 damage on Young Vader, so hasn't been able to deal the damage that Chris needs to kind of put pressure on Jay here. And that threat of the Emperor's Throne Room is always there. So the Chris's second action off the force speed is to focus into a 3 melee. Okay, I heard a judge call, and that's Shane, our marshal, going to go to
Wondering why he did that.
Yeah.
But because he was going to bait and switch.
Ah, awesome.
That's 6 damage onto Baby Vader.
Okay, so now this game has turned around quite a bit. Bait and switch, probably one of the best cards for Vader Raider to have been released in Spirit Rebellion next to Fast Hands. It's really increased the consistency. It's basically 4 strikes, 3 and 4 in this deck. Okay, so this is a claim. Was it a claim there? No.
Yes. It was.
It chooses to get the force throw out instead of resolving Vader's die. So now we're personal shield discarded. That's a weird one. Haven't quite seen that card being used in Vader Raider much.
I'm confused here. There's 9 damage.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do the Vader special? Oh, because you're not going to get the claim.
Yeah, he probably would
I
have
would try
claimed
to
that.
roll into a finish, just try to finish him off. I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
That sequence.
So hopefully Chris can get some sort of just needs to deal 2 more damage onto Vader, Young Vader.
Electric
to finish him
shocks
off.
out that 2 damage that Vader was showing.
Yep. And here's a kind of a weak roll from Jay there. Force throw. Now, one thing I want to say about force throw is that at least around here, it's and in some of the deck write-ups I've seen on Star Wars Destiny DB, force throw has slowly been replaced, not completely, but supplemented by force push, just because those sides are more consistent damage-wise than force throw. I mean, rolling a force throw special is always great, but sometimes you want something like a force push that just pushes out damage faster.
Bait and switch
So-
is going to mean you can't take advantage of that die.
So there we go, and he did spend a resource there to resolve that 3 damage. So that's half the work done for Chris, and suddenly this game is looking like more of an uphill struggle for Jay now. So that's one of the ways to deal with the Vader deck. The Emo Kids deck. You kill the stronger of the two, which is generally young Vader, and then Kylo, even with his upgrades, is going to kind of struggle to. Now, although that being said,
11 damage on
that's
Vader.
11 damage on Vader. So fast hands on Chris. Now, even with the fast hands, if Chris rolls something like a 2 melee and a 3 melee side, all Jade has to do is claim, but that's weird. He claims and throws the blank holocron? I think I would have waited in that case to try to kill out Vader here. And yeah, I think he's going to get punished here because although with fast hands, he now can resolve force speed.
So,
of course, now he
he's gonna
doesn't
be able to
have
get a bunch of damage off first,
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah, so, I mean, in retrospect, it didn't matter, but I think I would have waited still. So this is Chris discarding to reroll, trying to maximize the damage here. Of course, that force speed not looking so hot when your opponent's already claimed. Although a lightsaber throw from Chris's hand puts through 2 damage onto Kylo, and then another 3. So now Kylo's sitting at 6 health. And now things are looking pretty grim for Jay.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's going to be tough to kill Vader
Yep.
before he gets a chance to roll in.
And if the Tusken Raider gets some huge force ability upgrade on him, like say a force,
I think
mind probe or
there's-
something like that, then
I don't think it was worth putting the force speed there.
yeah,
Well, he is lucky in that Vader rolls garbage.
yeah. But I think there is a second force strike hiding somewhere in Chris's deck.
He's going to disrupt, getting rid
Yep.
of Chris's 2 resources,
Yep.
or Jay's 2 resources.
Yeah, which is good because Kylo has that 2 damage for 1 resource side, so you kind of like cut down his damage output. Or
So I think he's just saying that he forgot to take his resources this turn.
okay, so now he has 4 resources, which makes Chris think, okay, like maybe the 2 disrupt isn't as useful anymore.
No, he might as well roll.
Yeah.
Might as well. Oh no, he might as well use it because he's not going to get both actions.
So Jay still has 5 cards in his hand, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So I was thinking it would have been
No.
possible if he
Jay
had
has four
four
cards.
cards.
He
Okay.
plays
Okay. Now Chris is like, "Oh, did you discard?" And Jay's like, "Yeah, I discarded Deflect." Again, not very useful in this matchup. There's a Feel Your Anger, strong. Yep. Get rid of those 2 Vader dice. Here comes the Tusken roll. Looks like a 3 melee, and yeah, Chris is going to use that right away before any more shenanigans can be done on his part. And so now,
that does mean he's 1 good Tusken roll away from killing Kylo.
and Chris might even claim here if he's got a powerful force ability, just get it out of his hand to prevent that Kylo special from doing a lot of damage. But there's the isolation instead. Yeah, why claim? You're not in a big rush. So that's 2 damage on Vader. Looks like that's enough to kill him. Okay, so a fully healthy Tusken Raider now with a mind probe on him, with the claim here, versus a 3 health Kylo. And now here's Jay looking to squeak by some extra damage before next round. 1 melee, not very good, I don't think. Discard to reroll those 2. What are you looking for here? You're looking for not a force speed activation. I probably wouldn't. Yeah. Okay. So there's 1 melee onto Tusken Raider. Of course.
Grab his
Yeah.
Mind Probe dice hopefully here.
Yep. So all Chris needs to do is roll a Mind Probe special, and that's it. I mean, he just
Or
and then he just
Tusken
discards.
3 damage.
Yeah, 3 melee. Actually, the 3 range from the Mind Probe would also do it. Yeah. So
So he's got like a 1 in 12 shot of
Yeah.
getting his roll.
is it 1 in 12?
no,
I don't know. Probably. I think it's more than that.
Plus 1.
Chris taking his time though. He doesn't want to.
No,
Don't
1 in
want to
12,
make a
I think.
mistake. Yeah. I'm terrible at math, so I'm going to trust you on that. what he's thinking. Maybe he's thinking, is there some way I can lose from this position?
And actually, maybe slightly less. But
It's because you multiply the probabilities together. Is that what you do?
so you have to multiply. You have to yeah. It's like 1 out of 6 times
1 out of 6.
5 out of 6 times 2 out of 6.
Okay.
So it's, or I was going to say plus. So it'll be like slightly under. Okay, that's the 3 damage.
No, it's the 1 ranged and the 2 discard. So not quite what you wanted to see, and you probably don't want to. No. I don't know if Chris is still deciding if he wants to do anything with those
Yeah, I
dice.
think he's
Probably
gonna.
not. Nope. So here's the counter roll from Jay. Looking for something huge. Oh, 4 speed and a Kylo special. Maybe he can make something happen here. Discard the
He's gonna
Vibro
discard
Knife.
his most expensive card.
Okay, there's a Mind Probe. And even if Jay discards another card, that's still enough cards in his hand to kill him. So
He needs to get rid of 3 cards.
yeah.
Or that die.
I mean,
the die also works.
there needs to be an overconfidence. Yeah, actually, you're right.
Yeah, he should
Yeah,
just claim.
Lovaniac, he should have claimed to win, but I think he just missed that, yeah. Looks like he missed the claim. So, all right. So maybe he's looking to hit something big, hits a 0, and now all Chris has to do is resolve that. Oh, I see. Jay's resolving all his specials, so now he gets 2 more actions. There's the doubt, so now Chris is being punished for missing that claim there. And resolve or remove, and it didn't matter. So congratulations to Chris. Despite missing some of that stuff there, he still had what
I
it
have a
takes to
feeling
pull it
Chris
out.
is now realizing that he's already realized that he could have claimed it one.
It's like, wow, okay.
All right, thank you for joining us for round 4. We'll be back probably around 3:30 with round 5, and we'll see you then.
Thanks for watching, guys.
welcome back to the 401 Games Star Wars Destiny Store Championship. We're VTTV and I'm Travis. This is the 5th and final round of Swiss. This is Table 2 that we have on stream right now. After this round, we'll be cutting to the top 4. And we'll have full commentary through then. I think we may even be bringing some new commentators on to change things up a little bit. People who've been playing in the tournament today who maybe didn't make the top cut. So, yeah, we have Pomaz, which I think we're all very familiar with at this point, but playing against FN and 2 Death Troopers. So that's a little bit different, at least from many of the lists that are being played today. Be interesting to see how it holds up. I believe both of these players... Sorry, both of these players will be either 4-0 or 3-1 at this point. Probably one of each, I think. No, sorry. Actually, yeah, one of these will... They'll both be 3-1 at this point. So the person who wins here has a chance of making the cut. The person who loses will be eliminated from contention. And Victor's back joining us after he got the round started.
Oh man, I was hoping to see this deck on stream. Wow. So 2 Death Troopers and FN 2199. I don't think I've seen this combination yet. I mean, he must be doing good.
I was just saying that I think they're probably both 3-1.
Jeez, yeah. And Jason, of course, playing Pomaz.
I haven't seen a lot of that today, but...
Well, I mean, Travis, don't you think that was kind of deliberate on our part?
No, I think even with trying to keep it off stream, I think this is at least the second, if not the third time.
So I do believe... man, I actually don't know anything. I'm going to have to find his deck list, but...
I'm going to guess there's some training.
Training, yeah. Jason's area effect weapons will definitely come into play here. I mean, that's the reason why you play them.
We got 5 damage on the red side and 4. So looks like it will be Steve's choice.
So looking at Steve's deck list here, we see some really cool cards here. We see Wingman, allows him to activate more of his characters at once.
Yeah, Wingman, you have to play it on a red character. When another red player activates, you get to activate the attached character.
Yep. Suppression, which is a way of, it's a dice removal for mono red.
Right, it's just kind of expensive. No, Suppression is the other free one, never mind.
Yeah. You have to remove
a ranged red die to remove any opponent die.
Yeah. He does have Imperial Inspection, which actually makes sense in a deck with 2 Death Troopers. You have 2 dice that can potentially do... Now, I will say, though, that not that useful against Pomaz, really. I mean, what are you bouncing? Fast hands, cunning?
Yeah, so sorry, just quickly here, hit and run, rolled Poe in, 5 damage showing, went straight on FN, right through his 2 shields.
Yeah.
So some Imperial Inspection, I don't think it'll come into play as much this time. Undying Loyalty.
What is that card? Undying Loyalty. I don't remember that card.
Is it? No, it's a new one. It's the one with all the Stormtroopers on it, right? And the art, like the Sea of Stormtroopers.
Are you thinking about the alt art for the best defense?
No. I'm thinking...
Oh, it's the one where you heal a damage, and then if it's another card in your discard pile, you pay 1 to put it back on top or something? That's the one, right? I know the one you're talking about. Okay. So this is a very grindy deck. Now, I will say, looking at Steve's deck list here, that he doesn't actually have a lot of weapons to trigger off FN. So it looks like FN is more of a, I'm going to get some bonus by playing weapons. And it's another, I guess, +1 HP. So we see Jason playing Negotiate. Now, Negotiate is actually a really good removal card in a meta that you're playing against Palpatine. It's brutal against Palpatine if you can roll out first. And against other Pomaz dice that don't have a lot of upgrades, so you're really only seeing about between 2 to 4 dice in the pool at any one time. Negotiate went from a fairly weak card, I think, in Awakenings meta to a pretty strong one in the Spirit of Rebellion meta. Yeah, DJ Big Russ. I'm hoping to see Steve do some work here. I mean, not to say that Jason isn't a good player or anything, but I think there's a bit of like a rooting for the underdog kind of going on here.
No, I don't know if I'd load up the non-weapons on an FN like this. I mean, it's going to give you some cheap upgrade options, but...
Yeah, I mean, he's always going to be the first target, I suppose, anyway, because once you take down FN, well then your money production becomes a lot more difficult.
So, Ernest, there are 30 people who came out to the event today, so pretty reasonable turnout. I mean, this is going to be every month, every weekend this month, there's a store championship here in the Toronto area, so there's lots of options.
Yeah.
So we'll never quite get the peak, even though it's a big area. But I think this may be probably the biggest local turnout that we'll get.
We're having another Destiny tournament in the Toronto area at face-to-face games next Saturday, and we will be live streaming that as well. So any of you guys watching, be sure to subscribe to our Twitch and/or our YouTube, and tune in next Saturday at noon. We're gonna have more Destiny action for you.
So yeah, I don't think that Steve is playing Endless Ranks.
No, I don't think you play that in this deck. You don't have the money for it.
But he is playing Battle Formation, which will let him... It's an ambush card that'll let him roll as many dice as he has red characters.
Yep. So there's FN rolling out the...
Doesn't have money to pay for it, unfortunately.
Best defense. No, I don't think that was best defense. That looks like suppression to me. Unless you were thinking... Gallomaniac, unless you're thinking of another card that you discarded there. I mean, so I do agree, the best defense is amazing against Poe. You would rather take 3 damage than eat whatever Poe wants to throw at you.
Well, yeah, and you get to put it on one of the Death Troopers.
Yeah. So here's a roll up by FN. Now, wait, was that die already in the... No, he must have resolved it already.
He didn't resolve it, he used it for the suppression, so he discarded that ranged die to get rid of one of the die. Oh, yeah, you're right.
You're right. Okay, we're going to... Well, we missed it too. I'm just going to go over there and inform them, but at this point, I mean, the game state has changed so much that I think they're just going to have to play on, but I will remind the players that suppression does have to be a red die.
Thanks, NetCop, for ruling that. Unfortunately, we cannot roll things back at this point. We just want to make sure that it doesn't make that mistake again.
For 2 resources. And for the 3rd resource, one's to pay. 2 more.
So making it through 2 rounds and only having the 3 damage on FN is pretty good position for Steve to be in. He hasn't done a ton of damage himself, which is not ideal, but... So rolls in with the 3 damage pay side and 1 disrupt on Poe.
Wingman, the card that's making all these mono red decks, swarm decks, a little bit faster against this fast hands meta.
Rolls in Maz, no focus to take advantage of Poe with.
But he does have 2 resources, so he could deal 4 damage to FN right now, which he chooses to do, I believe.
I feel like...
No, Steve was running Rebel War Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his battlefield. But of course, Jason decided to go with Frozen Wastes for his. Tiff J200. Actually, I've seen Throne Room fall out of favor in Podex lately. I think it's just because, especially with the ways you can build Poe Maz, like, you put a bunch of focus results on Maz herself having a bunch of focus sides, like, you don't really need the Throne Room as much anymore, and of course, it always has a chance of backfiring on you if you play against another Poe Maz in the mirror or something like that. And generally, those decks tend to resolve their dice very quickly, so that's why you wanted something to disrupt your opponent.
So, rolls in the FN, and as a trigger, he can roll in the Death Trooper with Wingman. Wow, I didn't really think you could have wingman on both of the Death Troopers. Yeah, Ernest, we mentioned that earlier. There's 30 players that came out to the event today.
Unfortunately, Star Killer Base's John Gobey, he couldn't have made it out today. We were really hoping to have him maybe commentate the top 4 if he didn't make it, but he had his daughter's dance recital to go to, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Which, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
So, yeah, FN's getting to the danger zone now.
Yeah, Maz is almost dead too. She only has 2 HP left. Here's a training on Death Trooper, so that's another die for Death Trooper becoming elite. Jason heals 2 damage with that field medic, taking her out of the danger zone. However, that's a 3 dice.
3 damage.
3 damage roll. Of course, Imperial training, or discipline rather, it is the ability is what? You remove the Imperial training to resolve any dies though we're showing range damage, right? Any red die? I think that's what Imperial training does. But that looks like a claim from Jason, removing the Death Trooper 2 range side. So again, you can see the usefulness of the.
You can discard it to turn one of your character upgrade dies to a range damage or a resource.
Oh, all it does is turn, so you have to spend another action to resolve it. Okay, so fairly slow, but then again, this deck is going to be slower than most of the other decks in the meta right now.
Well, I mean, it's something to do with that die when it's not on a good side. It's already on a resource side, so it's not terrible now.
Yeah. So it looks like a discard from Steve to reroll. I think he has $1 showing, so he could potentially maybe finish off Maz here. So not quite enough to finish Maz, even if he removed the Imperial Discipline, but he's just going to try to see if he can get a range side here. Oh, bad luck for Steve there. Ran out of cards, but he is going to...
Do 2 damage with that head.
Yep, do 2 damage. Spending $1 there. So Maz sitting at 6 again. Of course, Jason's going to get the first action here, so Maz may have an opportunity to do something before she falls. I think I just saw Jason draw another hit and run. Could be mistaken there, yeah. So I think that's what we're going to see Jason lead off with.
I figure Steve was probably due to draw one of his tactical mastery, so he might have had a chance to get FN resolved, but not this way.
All right, so here's a hit and run with a disrupt and a special. Big for Jason, and then with the ambush action rolls out Maz, and now Jason can resolve 2 of his dice. So this might be a dead FN here. And Jason's asking how much health FN has, and there's the U-Wing. Yep. So dead FN, 2 damage on each of the Death Troopers, so now each of the Death Troopers have 5 HP left.
This decides where that Blaster is going to go, so it splits up the dice. Makes sense.
All right, and now Steve actually have the option to roll out all the dice in his pool now with that Wingman plus Death Trooper.
Yeah, see if he has an upgrade that he wants to play first,
But now Jason still resolving the second of his 2 dice from Maz's ability. And there's 1 damage into that training. Okay, so 6 damage on that Death Trooper. So in Jason's hand, I see a defensive position, which can be a huge blowout. Yeah.
2 actions.
Okay, so it could potentially eliminate Maz from the board here with a good roll. And we see a 2 range. That's enough to kill Maz there. And 4 range in total. So yeah, you're just going to finish off Maz here, I think, is what you do. So yeah, 2 to Maz. Maz is dead. 2 to Poe, knocking that shield off, dealing 1. Yep. Okay, and I think that was his 2 actions there.
It was.
So the Frozen Waste not really going to do anything on Jason's side if he does claim. So I think this was a pass, maybe, on Jason's part. Maybe see what Steve does next. Hero Discipline, there we go. Another die.
He must have claimed.
Oh, he must have claimed, you're right, okay. Yeah. and just trying to discard to maximize. Although I don't know about the wisdom of that, because you really only have one damage side that you can do, because he doesn't have the money to do the 2 damage side.
Sure, but if the cards aren't going to be doing anything else.
Yeah. Okay, so Jason still has a very dangerous Poe if he draws like a thermal detonator. Thermal detonator would put that training Death Trooper on 1 health, and the other one on 2 health. Well, sorry, 3 health because of that shield. Steve's money production is going to be very low now, so he has to be very careful about how he spends it, which of course makes Poe's disrupt side actually kind of relevant here.
No, that was he discarded a suppression, not a best defense.
No, there was a best defense discarded earlier, yeah, when he went to reroll, I think. Okay, so there's that disrupt that I was talking about.
At this point, it makes sense for him to discard it because he's probably not going to have control of the battlefield.
Although, I mean, you could put one of your Death Troopers at 9 damage to get rid of both of Poe's dice, and then you basically have the turn, right?
Yeah.
To do whatever you want. So DL-44, Cheap Blaster. Is it the DL-44? I can't remember what they're called.
DL-17.
DL-17.
44 is
Or DH-17.
DH-17.
Something like that. We see actually another Undying Loyalty in Steve's hand, so that's the card where he can heal a damage and then put it back on top of his deck if he spends the money. But Jason disrupted the last resource in Steve's pool, and wow, what a whiff. Ugh. Yeah. Thanks, Inkmoth. Are you sure you're watching the right game, Inkmoth Nexus? It's a magic card. Yeah. But thanks for watching, though. Oh, man.
Sorry, you're right. I've been playing Baz Snap, so I always keep getting defensive position and best defense.
Yeah. Oh man, Planetary Uprising, that's huge.
You're right, Galmac.
Yeah.
I've been doing pretty good today, not making any major mistakes. But
I mean, it's pretty hot in here. It's starting to addle our brains a bit, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of plus sides.
Well, I mean, he could use Imperial Discipline to change one of those into a thing, but here's this blowout defensive position. Jeez. Wow.
I think I just claim here so that he can't do that next round.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Jason's hand. He's got a rocket launcher and he's got a U-wing, and it looks like Jason.
And you avoid Planetary Uprising. Like, you totally claimed it.
No, but see, he took the shield instead, and then Jason claims in response, and that's going to put Death Trooper at 6. Okay, so they're both sitting at 6 damage.
Yeah.
So not quite dead to a thermal detonator yet, or a U-wing activation, but a good range side roll by Poe could put either one out of commission. So here's a discarded reroll, and takes another shield. Just if you don't have the money. So here's Undying Loyalty. He heals the damage, but he doesn't have a resource to put it back on top of his deck, unfortunately. So he doesn't get to put it back on top and maybe use it again next round. So Jason's plan here, I think he's ran out of hit and runs. I don't know if he's discarded any of his fast hands, but we're looking at maybe Jason just aiming to get those range sides and then claiming. So with the range side, you could probably put Death Trooper at like 1 or 2 damage. And here is the rollout by Steve. Looks like there is only 1 damage side showing on his side.
Bunch of disrupt, but
yeah, he's not. His rolls haven't been that hot this game, and even with the Imperial Discipline, he hasn't been able to apply that damage pressure that he should be doing. And this is Jason, fishing for a special or another damage side maybe. Disrupt still a reasonable play against a double Death Trooper, but I still think that you want to end the game as quickly as possible. Yep, discarding a probably useless wingman here. there's okay, that's more like it, more like what he's looking for here. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, and another defensive position. Ouch. Now, like you were saying earlier, Travis, like he should have claimed, right?
He avoids the defensive
He
position.
avoids
He wouldn't have taken the damage from planetary uprising. He would have had a chance to go first.
Yep.
Because he's activating both of his characters with the wingman.
Yep.
It's actually should be roughly the same speed as Poe.
Yeah, exactly. And Jason hasn't put a fast hands on Poe yet, so like there's that. But I think that's 3 damage onto that Death Trooper, so I think that's 8 damage? 7 damage.
Wasn't it at 5?
He had a shield on him. Yeah. So I think that was Steve claiming first.
Steve must have claimed, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows at this point, like, he can't take too many planetary uprising triggers at this point. Right. So, Steve, tactical mastery. Oh, hoping for a huge roll here. So, rolling both because of Wingman as his first action. Looks like he's got some range size at least. Looks like a 2, 1, maybe looks like 4 damage there total. Yeah. I think I just resolved them now. I know both defensive positions are in the bin, but this one is an ambush card. That's the one you were talking about earlier. You can re-roll as many dice as you have red characters. So maximizing damage. Whoa, another range side. Yeah, just resolve them now. Resolve them now.
Let's do it.
So that's 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. So Poe sitting at 4 health, yeah. And I think this is Jason just playing out a rocket launcher, maybe? Just thinking about it.
I mean, playing out the rocket launcher is not. You're not gonna have the resources to use it.
What if Jason just claimed there, actually? Oh, jeez, that's a big one.
He's got to do a little bit more damage.
Okay, that's actually decent. Like that kills the Wingman Death Trooper straight out. Actually kills either of them. But you probably want to kill the one with training on it because the other guy has a holdout blaster. So you don't want that to move over to the training.
Well, those are both 2, so yeah, that'd be enough to kill one.
Yeah. So let's see if Steve has any sort of mitigation here, maybe a suppression. Well, he can't play suppression, yeah.
Yeah. Does he have a doubt?
I saw a doubt in his hand earlier. So this is him killing the Death Trooper. No? What just happened there? He was supposed to take 4 damage there, right?
I'm guessing.
Oh, he claimed. Sorry. So, as we were saying earlier, because there's no table mic, we don't know exactly. Like, we can't hear it when Steve or Jason claims the battlefield. So, we assume that Steve claimed the battlefield, removing that die, one of the range damage die from Jason, and so then made him live a little bit longer, which allows Steve to roll out again first. We do see a doubt in Steve's hand, so he does have an option to keep his guy alive a little bit longer, hopefully. But Steve's turned this into a real game. Actually, I was worried when that FN went down, and the planetary uprising and the defensive positions. But
Yeah.
so here's the.
All dependent on this roll now.
Oh, I think Steve's used both of his tactical masteries, though.
He has.
Yeah. So just
But he's
roll.
used both of his hit and run, so still gonna have a chance.
This is just going to come down to who rolls better, I think. So, Steve rolling out Death Trooper. Are you going to roll out the Wingman guy or no? I wonder why you wouldn't. This is
But he's thinking of the redeploy with the blaster, but I don't think it's worth it.
So, deal the that Han Solo blaster removes. Well, Steve got to choose what to remove, but I think that's 3 damage showing on Steve's red dice there. So that's 3 damage going into Poe, so Poe's sitting at 1. Now that Imperial Discipline becomes a real threat.
Now this delay looks better because if he kills him, he's going to be overwrite the wingman with the hold up blaster.
Yes, very smart. Very smart on Steve's part. Yeah, you don't need that wingman anymore. So, but he claims instead. Did he claim there? Or maybe he just took the battlefield back on the
indicating
inside.
that he has it already.
Hi, Tim. So that's a local player, Tim, right?
Yeah. Tim, there are 30 players here today.
So Steve still has 3 resources, so there's a bunch of sides on those blasters that are dangerous. Again, all Steve needs is 1 damage to finish Poe off. So we could be looking at a clutch victory by Steve here, potentially. Wait, puts a training on. Oh, hold on a second. That's 4 upgrades. Oh, okay. You get rid of the Imperial Discipline. That's probably not the right call, I don't think. The Imperial Discipline, it ensures that you have a damage side showing, but I don't know.
Yeah, given that you only need 1 damage from me at this point, I would be inclined to agree.
Bruce, is that true? Are you sure it wasn't like the DH-17 blaster? I know from far away they kind of look the same. Okay,
Roll some damage,
there's the
no
handshake.
mitigation. Yeah. That's a game. All right, folks. We are going to be taking a short break to let some players rest before the top cut.
Yep.
So top cut will probably be a little after 4:30. We'll be starting 4:30 Eastern.
However, before we go to break, I just wanted to talk about some of the upcoming stuff we have coming into next week. So, as we mentioned earlier, we've got more Destiny. We got another store championship at Face-to-Face Games. That's going to be happening next week. That's June 17th.
June 17th, that's right.
June 17th at noon. So be sure to follow us on YouTube and or Twitch, and to tune in at noon. We're going to be starting at that point. And for all you Armada players, on the June 18th, we're actually having a store championship back here at 401 Games. So I know we haven't produced a lot of Armada content lately. We're sorry about that. Armada is actually one of my favorite Star Wars games that FFG produces. So we're hoping to bring that on Sunday of next week. And then looking a little bit further, any of you Imperial Assault players, on the 25th, we've got a Imperial Assault Store Championship back here on 401, so be sure to tune into that. And finally, in July 22nd, I believe, is when we're having our Netrunner Regional. So any of you Netrunner players, you know that Torsog City Grid is probably one of the, I want to say, in my opinion, the best metas in North America. And you're going to be able to see, well, we've got 2-time World's Top 8 contender, Dean Tran. He's a regular at a lot of these events. And we're going to have some expert players doing commentary for that. So I want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. If you go to our website, vttv.live, you're going to see a schedule of all the upcoming events. And of course, if you follow us on Twitch and subscribe to our YouTube channel, you're going to get notifications when we go live during those days.
Yeah, and if you're interested in just watching some more content, we do have a Star Wars Destiny or Spirit of Rebellion release tournament where all 6 rounds are up and available on our YouTube channel. We just recently, last week, filmed the X-Wing Store Championship here at 401 Games. We'll have the semi-finals and final matches going up this week if people are X-Wing fans. And of course, we've got a huge history of all sorts of content from different games up on our YouTube channel. So lots of stuff to watch if you're interested. And in about half an hour, we'll be back with the top 4 cut from today's Store Championship.
All right, see you then.
Hello, everyone. We're not back quite yet. Unfortunately, we had some mix-ups in the scoring, so it took us a little longer to get set. We have players coming back for 4:45, so in about 10 more minutes, we'll be starting up with the semifinal matchups. We're going to go back to the break screen, but I just wanted to jump in case people are waiting. 10 more minutes, and we'll be starting back up. everyone. Welcome back for the semifinal of the 401 Games Star Wars Destiny Store Championship. This is VTTV. I'm Travis.
And I'm Shane.
And we are still waiting for our players to get back from the break we gave them. We didn't give them a ton of time, so I understand they might be slightly slow, but hopefully we'll have the game starting up in a few minutes here. We meant to be back more quickly, but we had a little bit of a mix-up with some of the scoring, so we had to get that resolved. So you played in the event today, Shane. How'd you do?
I went 3-2. I brought a Vader Raider list and had some fun. Everyone was pretty relaxed.
Yeah, if you want to do it, you could jump in. I just wanted to come back on that. So yeah.
We had a fairly diverse meta, at least from what I saw. A lot of blue villain around the tables.
Yes.
There was 4 Pomas. Boo.
Five.
But, 5 Pomas? Okay.
5 Pomas,
Not as
4
bad as
Pal,
everybody.
3 Vader Raider. There are probably some other not necessarily tier 1 decks that were, or not quite tier 1 decks in common internet conception
Yes.
that may have had a number of players today, but those were the ones that we were trying to avoid having on stream.
Yes. Yeah, so it's a good game. I played against a Hero Mill, which was my losses were to Hero Mill and to Pomas. I think Hero Mill is basically just kept down as a 3-character list by Pomas. Otherwise, I think it'd be quite a bit higher in the standings generally and quite a bit played more. It's a strong deck when they get the con artist out, when they get able to new orders their battlefield early, etc., etc.
So yeah, we did see that on stream in the 3rd round. She just barely didn't make it at the end of the game. I think she had 3 more cards.
3 cards in hand.
In her opponent's hand. But she just was very unlucky not to draw into her ammo belts.
Yes. Oh, okay. No ammo belts. Yeah, I didn't see the full game. Just the end. It's always the problem with that deck that the cards in hand, unless you can hit like Amidala's 2 focus side with CP3PO, etc., can be hard to get rid of. That can be 1 round per card sometimes.
Yeah. So you also played in a store championship last weekend and had a bit of a better result.
Oh yeah, well I took the Pomas. I figured I'd take it one time, and if I could shut up about being overpowered if I lost, or if I won, I could be more vindicated in my arguments than making the internet. So last week I took it and managed to go 5-0 with that deck, and lost in the finals to Jungle Bay, who was playing Pomas as well. A very similar deck. We played the hipster version, which is Frozen Wastes as your battlefield.
I forget who it was. It was just, I guess, Jason, who was just on stream, was playing with Frozen Waste as well.
Frozen Waste, I think now the Django's disappeared. Like that was a classic Django, whoever, Veers, Django, Battle Trooper. Well, they use Rebel War Room, but Battlefield, and it's a very powerful battlefield. I think people have it's kind of dropped off because Django dropped off with it, but it's an excellent battlefield. I mean, it makes the end of your opponent's turn just really difficult to deal with sometimes if they're behind. Like rerolls don't necessarily help them, etc.
So while we're waiting for this game to get underway, maybe what are some of the viewers in the stream thinking about bringing to their local store championships? We'll wait for the chat to catch up there, but very curious to see what people are thinking that they're going to bring, whether it's some of the kind of the common decks or something a little bit more unique.
Yeah, or even what if people do have something in mind, what the tech cards they're using to deal with the common, like what tech cards are you thinking of for Pomas? What tech cards are you thinking of for Vader Raider or Unkar decks or things that you see doing well like in Euros and stuff like that?
I don't know where these guys are. This is the second event we've done. Last weekend we had some problems getting people back for X-Wing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know no one wants to come back into this building without the air conditioning.
Yeah, so Jordan says Poray, which is also a very strong deck, and it's a little twist, I guess, on what the current meta Titan is. I think it is a very strong. It's got more removal, it seems, in a lot of versions. Ray can give you the action sheets. They're not as all game and consistent as Maz's, but she's a little more life, and you get a lot of really good upgrades to throw. Baby Vader Kylo is also a very strong deck. I mean, your holocrons and your specials. It's a little scary, I think, to go up against to be bringing the throne room, which is a natural for Baby Vader Kylo to your Pomas matchups, but it can definitely do a lot of scary damage. Like it's one of the few matchups against Pomas where I see people actually kill Kylo first,
right.
Because Poe can become quite afraid. Fast hands, causes some problems because the big card is often out of the hand by the time you get your special off. But I think it's a good choice. I mean, it's got a lot of good cards you can put in there for a monocolor deck. I think it's got some of the strongest card choice in Blue Villain. You get holocrons, you get vibro knives, you get your lightsaber throws, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Force illusions. You get a lot of cards from neutral in Blue Villain.
No, it's pretty good. We do have a couple non-core, like we saw it on stream, the FN double Death Trooper is in the top 4. So we did see a few things squeak through that weren't off the top list.
Yeah, and that's an interesting list, and it's good to see that, because that's a very much like a good stuff list almost. It's kind of like, I have good dice, I have very well costed characters, I have a lot of health, I'm just going to play Destiny with that and see how it goes. There's not a lot of there's Wingman, they might have squad tactics, but there's not a lot of tricks in that deck, right? It's just going to come at you with what it has. Redeploy being probably its most valuable thing there. With the Riot Control Baton, I don't know if they have it, but that's another red redeploy.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Maybe not because it's mixed damage, but I still think it's probably worth it. It's such a good die. And you endless rank somebody to get 3 upgrades, all quality, it's so devastating.
You're not doing double elimination? Why not? Really?
Yeah, you have to do best of 3. Okay, so it looks like we're having the first place player out of Swiss, undefeated, Peter versus Mark, who came in. There was, unfortunately, this is part of the scheduling, the reporting error. So his guard, FN on-card deck, was 4th. I played this in the first round with Vader Raider and managed to take it out fairly quickly with Vader, but it can be quite dangerous. He's running, basically he's trying to make full use of Unkar's money, the money that with prized possession and a crime lord. So that's one aspect of it, but that's only 4 cards. And obviously in any FN deck you have a lot of cards, and you have 3 colors to choose from dedicated to weapons for FN. So given the 3 colors, it gives them I mean, the full set of choices for as good a quality weapons in for the FN as possible. So you're not digging the bottom of the barrel for gaffy sticks, etc. You can put in only the best. So key in this matchup is Unkar has to be able to hit big money. Because with the big money, he could prize possession of Poe dice,
Yes.
which I think would be probably the best thing you could do within the first couple turns to survive. On the Poe player side, he wants to see that splash damage, right? You want to see what makes Pomaz so tough for 3 character lists. You want to see your thermal, you want to see your U-Wings. And whether he sees them or not, because it's just so consistent with getting his special, it's probably the game. So it's probably down to draw, I would say, this matchup.
Right. Yeah, so, and you may have heard us yelling a moment ago. Just to confirm, we are playing the basic structure, so that means this is just a best of 1 match, not a best of 3. That's only if we're playing the advanced structure. So
It's
yeah.
a best of 1, okay. Okay, so we've seen the Pomaz player's hand on the mulligan. Kind of hard to tell from the glare. I don't see any big throws. I see a lot of control. I mean, I see most of his control cards. So the key. Okay, he's sending back 3 weapons for the FN Unkar side. Pomaz is keeping his fast hands, obviously.
Yep.
So Peter's thinking things through. Peter's a very deliberate player.
Yeah.
He thinks a lot of things. He thinks out loud a lot, which can be interesting for his opponent. He is keeping 2, and so they both kept 2 and set back 3. So the battlefield roll, I don't know if Peter has new orders in his list. He probably does. One of is pretty standard. But the battlefield roll will also, of course, be big.
Oh, well, he saw some of the stuff that he wants in that first hand.
But Starship Graveyard is also really good for Pomaz. Like, I don't know if you really want Pomaz to have Starship Graveyard either.
Yeah.
Because they can just keep getting the thermal back. Like, Yeah, take the shields. I think that was the better play. Get a little life, keep Starship or Graveyard away from him, and he's going to get his specials off Maz. He's going to get him off Cunning. He's going to get him off just rolling out anyway.
So we're going to probably see hit and run into Maz, into some giant thing out of his hand.
I see a thermal. So he's just going to want to get that thermal out. 9 damage, and then everything else is gravy this turn. When he plays the C3PO, okay, so...
Interesting.
Well, I'm thinking the Uncart player, I think if I was the Uncart player, I'd want to get dice on the table as fast as possible so I can Uncart as fast as possible. Try to get your 3 so you can get that. So he has it. He can Uncart.
So yeah. I guess maybe he was thinking that he wanted to spend some of his resources before they got disrupted away. So hit and run. Does hit a special already.
Yeah. So we'll be following up with Maz to resolve that special on something else. Looks like we will be seeing that thermal very quickly.
Right, so that special and focus to a second special, most likely.
Wait, he can. It depends on what he has in his hand. I don't know if he has 2 things to throw. He could focus it as pure damage. I'd have to see what the. He has a Spirit of Rebellion or an Undying Loyalty. Yeah, I don't think he has anything else to throw.
All right. So focus isn't damage then?
I would say he focuses a 3 for 1 because there's no disrupt showing, and which is very unfortunate for the Uncart player because that was the one card to get real money. And the hit and run, the power of hit and run. Okay, so this takes the $1.
Fair enough.
Oh, hits the tactical aptitude. That's what it was. Oh, that very unlucky.
Rolls in 3PO. More focus.
More focus, which is ironic for 3PO because yeah. So
All right, rolls in a range and another.
So who to go for in this matchup? It's Poe's Battlefield, which mixes it up. Like normally I'd say if it wasn't Poe's Battlefield, I would be, or wasn't the throne room, I'd say go for Maz.
Yeah.
But with the Battlefield, Maz is not that necessary. And this deck can put in a lot of damage, but only after a couple turns when it has a lot of money.
Yeah, you have to try to do something about Poe, but uses the seed 3PO dice to focus to the 3 for 1. He doesn't like you.
Doesn't like you, that's a good.
Fair enough. Might as well burn through those.
Yeah. I mean, the other alternative was guard, but it's always harsh to guard something that costs $1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird. He really wants Poe to roll like 2 damage side. That's his favorite roll. If you have a Guardian, right? It's like, please, Poe, roll a 2 damage side. So Electroshock's the 1. Interesting. I mean, you might have been thinking of just discarding it anyway. I mean, 1 damage is.
Merrick's gonna claim.
So claiming gets the dug in off the table, gets the defensive positions off the table.
Yes.
Because I mean, he's not going to keep the battlefield for very long. But.
Yeah, I think the Duggan, it might play. I don't know the defensive position is going to have a lot.
Oh no, we see the U-Wing in Pomaz's hand, so if we can get that off, that's a total of 15 damage off two cards and 2 dice in the first 2 turns. No luck on the.
Nothing on the DH.
Yeah, Uncart picking up no money on that turn is. See Uncart rolling. Oh, he gets the +2 again. Giving ability to fire off Uncar's ability fairly easily because the Royal Guard has no money side.
Right.
Neither does the DH, so the money side can only come from 2 other dice. I think I see. Oh, tough to tell. I think I see 2 U-Wings in there, which is just a disaster. Like that could be, could be another 12 damage. Rolls a special. Okay, so hopefully he's got some. Oh, he does.
He doesn't like
the
you.
Second, he doesn't like you, which is about as
Fair
good
enough.
as it gets for
Yeah.
control cards there.
Peter taking his time to decide what the best course of action is.
I mean, he's got three money, so he couldn't play one of the upgrades that they'd normally play, like a DL or something, but
Does hit the focus there?
it's the focus, so I think that U-wing coming. Oh, he's got a rocket launcher. Okay, that's not quite rich enough for the rocket launcher yet, but soon. So I guess he's considering all his options. I mean, I think the U-wing, the focus into the U-wing seems fairly natural, but you know, they have a lot of time.
Just want to make sure that he's thinking it through.
I think I see the U-wing, the new orders in his hand, another electroshock. Yeah, because I mean, you want to get that 5-cost card out of your hand, like no matter what you know you have to do. Guard comes in because he could die. I'm guessing he'll Unkar off that. The one shield I don't think is really going to help him.
Okay.
You can have it, yeah. I mean,
Might as well deny the uncard. Could end up being a real pain.
okay, so comes the lightsaber for the FN ability. No money. But uncarable. But like, at this point, I almost wish you'd rather have the 3 damage.
I mean, he still hasn't rolled FN in, so.
Yeah. Right, but if you want to, I mean, he'll uncard that probably first to just get it back on him.
Yeah.
So I wonder what Peter's thinking about playing. I mean, he's probably just thinking for his turn. He has definitely enough time to resolve those dice. He's going for the reroll. Interesting. I'm not sure what Maz is going to get him better than that. I mean, she can get him another $1. Focus? Okay. I mean, Pomaz notoriously does not need money, but hits the second 0. Yeah. Starting to be the story of the game. 2-0 for Unkars in a deck that's probably one of the more expensive decks in all of Destiny.
Well, I mean, it's all expensive and 0.
Yes, there's a lot of it. Yeah, there's some 2s sprinkled in there, but right, yeah, it's a lot of 3 and above and a lot of 0s.
Says take the shield.
Although he's used 2 electroshocks and a cat and mouse, so he has got defensive positions, maybe a left. He doesn't have much control left, so you don't really have to worry about that.
No, but Mark's burned through both of his. He doesn't like you,
Both
so
of his he doesn't like
he's getting missing some of his pieces as well.
Exactly. No, I definitely think has to discard the prize possession, but he doesn't have the money for it anyway. Continues to have money problems.
Peter claims.
Yeah. Which is good because he avoids the lightsaber special, which could be like a final, get at least a little bit of damage. Unkars to get defensive position. Okay, so probably down to only 2 control cards. Boundless. Oof, he has to pay for it. Yep. So this is one of the strongest reasons to play blue with your FN.
Yeah.
So we'll see how many weapons does he draw into. He's gonna have to do a lot of overwriting. Gets $1. That don't think that's. Oh, must have a lot of weapons to play. Takes the $1. Hold out, goes in. Oh, unfortunate roll with the 1 out there. 3 damage to Maz. Okay, so FN's starting to cook a little bit here.
Looks like he has another Rabaton in his hand.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, he's going for it. He's got to get on the board here.
So managed to get some value from the balance ambition.
It was a really good balance ambition. He got, I mean, it turned into 4 extra damage that he wouldn't have had $1.
think Peter's looking at what the
Peter's
control
counting the
cards.
weapons or the control cards. He's pointing to the control cards. I think he was counting the weapons. I think what he really needs to know is they're endless. He's not going to run out of those. Oh, okay, he's giving up on the Crime Lord.
Fair enough. Yeah, he did prize possession and Crime Lord Palpatine in his game on stream earlier.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't think of that at the time, but Crime Lord with that battlefield can be a little scary too. Yeah. You can force the claim really fast if you're able to hard play it. Comes the Vibro.
2 damage, looks like.
One. It's the only one base.
Right.
It's supposed to. Didn't see what's in Peter's hand. Like if he has another splash damage card, so bad. Just thinking about his ambush action. Don't see his hand well enough to determine if he's going to play another weapon. He's overriding the redeploy. Okay, interesting choice. Just there. I mean, definitely see why you just want to use FN's ability, but
Yeah, I questioned that.
the riot control baton redeploy is so good. And he's lost the other one. I mean, FN's still got some life in him, but I mean, Poe could blast him down in one turn.
Shane, it is so hot in here.
It is very hot. I don't know if they guys. I'm sure they mentioned it on stream because the air conditioning is broken. It's tropical thunder this tournament for sure. Yeah. Well, there's less people, so it's a little better, but
Thankfully, I'm pretty congested, so my sense of smell is gone because I imagine it's starting to get a little bit ripe in here.
yeah. Oh yes, indeed it is. I can testify, even more so than a game store. Hard plays the thermal. Interesting. I mean, what else do you really do with the money? Usually I see if they have that much money, they play a support. But I wonder how many he's gotten. Let's see if I can get a better look at his hand to see
Maybe
what else he has.
he's worried about Ankar hitting it before he has a chance to use it.
That's true. Yeah, he could Ankar. So we roll in. We have enough damage to kill Maz, but it'll take 2 turns, which means Maz is going to get to do her Maz stuff. Seeing his field medic. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's very helpful. It might mean Oz is living this turn regardless. He wants to wait on. Oh, he plays okay. Friends in low places. He gets to take a look. Ooh. Well, that's okay. Now we see why he played the thermal because he's planning on throwing falcons. So
Yeah.
he couldn't get 3. But so yeah, that's 8 damage. Well, there's if you can get the 2 specials off, then FN's dead, and this game's pretty much over.
Well, I sense that one of those is going to be gone to Ankar's ability.
Yes, 2 falcons. Good point.
I think he's feeling less good about having thrown his Crime Lord.
Yeah. Yes. 5 money and his prize possession.
Prize possession was a while ago, but Crime Lord was not too long.
Rolls in and
Fat and nothing.
got nothing. But Maz, as we know, can fix this
Yes.
because it can just Maz battlefield and get both specials out of that.
So he's going to Ankar.
But that's another way to reduce it's like controlling a dice. In a way, there's only one thing to throw.
The question will just be if he has enough left to spend it on.
Yeah. $5. I don't know what he has to spend it on because he's already loaded up all his weapons onto.
There's a focus.
Yeah, there we go. So what he could do, I think he's thinking about, is focus for the 3 for 1, and then follow it up with a claim, because then you kill FN. If you focus a special now, you lose your chance.
Yeah, but the problem is he may be worried about Ankar getting his ability off again.
Yep.
Before he has a chance to do it.
That would be hard because there's not enough dice.
And don't forget that if he did, well, yeah,
Because I think if he would have focused a 3 for 1, then he just has to worry about flank. Basically, is the only control card to worry about. So, I mean, who knows? Poe players definitely getting the special off is always good, but I think that might have been a stronger play because you have your battlefield. Oh,
So it uses 3
seems
ability to do A damage.
A damage. Oh. Wait a second. I thought that was only 9.
Oh no, he turned it to a special.
Oh, he turned it to a special. Okay, yeah. You turned the thermal to a special.
Yes.
Wow. So I have about 2 characters. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, we forgot about 3PO there.
Yeah, another way to get a special. Yeah.
Claims just to. I couldn't throw anything else at him, but.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Got a ton of money. So, oof. Obviously, this is looking very bad.
It's taking a bit of a bad turn here for.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a DL44 in hand, so that's throwable for 3. We have a Cunning, which is not that useful, and another Ewing, so. You know, it's pretty easy for him to do the 6 to Unkar this turn. I mean, Unkar is packing some heat now, but.
That was painful.
That's very bad. Well, like we said, I mean, you know, it really came down to. No, I think he did take the 3 onto Unkar. I think Unkar was only at 1. Like he hadn't been hit. Oh no!
he had.
Yeah, Unkar should be higher. I think Stream is right. I think Unkar should be higher because he took a U-wing, a thermal, and a thermal. Thanks, Netcop. Yeah, we missed that as well. We missed it in the sweep of players being. Sweep of characters being removed from the board on that play. Yep, he's got it. Well, if it didn't look bad before, it looks fairly bad now.
I don't think that was going to matter.
Yeah. Oh, finally has his fast hands finally being.
That he won't use.
What do you think? Fast hands to disrupt? Get him down to 4?
Their friends in low places. Looks like he got a Ewing in his hand.
No
Hold on,
events.
sorry, Hans Blaster.
Yeah. 2 Hans Blasters, I think. Maybe hyperspace jump. Hard to tell from the picture. Yeah. And he can
He's gonna get a seat. All right. I don't know how much time there is in the other game, so I don't know how long we'll be on break. We're gonna come back as soon as the game is ready. So that might be 20 minutes from now, or probably the longest, but we'll probably be back in 5 to 10. I imagine the other game's probably gonna be done pretty quickly. So thank you for watching, and we'll be back soon.
Thanks, everybody.
welcome back, guys. So the other match ended a little bit early. That was Chris versus Steve. Steve was the one with the triple trooper deck. Unfortunately, well,
FN.
I don't want to say unfortunately. Yeah, it was FN, Death Trooper, and Death Trooper. And he was playing against Chris Tremblay with Vader Raider. Obviously, you can see who the winner of that was. So we're going into the final round now. Final round is Peter Smith versus Chris Tremblay. These are both some of the best players in Toronto. Actually, Peter was telling me just now, a couple of minutes ago, that one second, I just gotta make sure that they started the round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I think may have won the most number of tournaments. I mean,
Tremblay? Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's won 3, pretty sizable tournaments.
Okay, so we've been given the go-ahead to start it when they roll off.
So we have a pretty new, Spirit of Rebellion classic matchup here, Vader Raider, which only got better and was a world champion, obviously pairing. So that just improved, and Poe Maz, Poe getting insanely better with some of the stuff he got in Spirit of Rebellion. So these are definitely top meta decks. A lot of people would put Poe in his own tier, Poe tier, but then right under that would be the Vader Raider deck.
I do want to say also that I was talking to Peter just a couple of minutes earlier, and he did say that him and Chris actually spent all of last night playtesting against each other. So they know intimately the contents of each other's decks. So this is going to be actually a really interesting game as it pans out.
I know that Chris has, we talked about this too, we did some playtesting, Chris and I, and we both went with 1 personal shield, just as a little bit of a tech card. Not a ton, because you're really just going to kill something.
Yep.
As soon as possible. So we end up with Emperor's Throne Room, which makes Maz less of an obvious first target, I think, for Vader Raider. He still might go for her, but the Throne Room being there means the focus is much less important. So he gets a tactical aptitude to draw. If you want to draw into the Poe specials as much as possible.
Yeah.
Or Poe throwables. So in his hand we see he just drew off fast hands. So we see he's got a U-Wing. I can't see a lot of the others. So he's got at least one thing to throw.
So there's a card that we talked about earlier in the stream when Pete was on. I think it's called
Tactical aptitude?
Tactical aptitude.
Yeah.
I was gonna say tactical mastery.
It turns people sort of into a mini Luke, so people forget it as much as they do when they're playing Luke.
Well, not quite a Luke, because you don't
have to put one
actually end
back.
up in cards. Yeah. But it helps you search for those
For things you really want.
yeah, those things that you want to throw, or any sort of dice removal.
You see it occasionally. I mean, it is a bit of a personal choice in this deck.
Yep.
I don't see it a lot. But you can put on Maz, you can put on Poe. You can just find those cards to throw specials, because it can happen sometimes to Poe that he has the special but nothing to throw. Especially when he's running Maz with the battlefield. Like he wants to get off 2 a turn if he can.
So the classic Vader Raider opening, putting the Holocron on the Tusken Raider there.
Yep. You want to make it a threat for sure as soon as possible. Take some heat off Vader.
Yeah, and gets the special. Now, does he have force power in his
Does he have a force power, and does he have something he wants to discard to get that force power? I don't think he has force power. Otherwise, I think he would have done that immediately.
So traditionally you don't really put any upgrades besides fast hands, force speed on Vader, because his dice are pretty much
not
good
unless
by
they
themselves.
if they go for the Tusken off the start, you do you get the vibro knife on him. But in this list, in a lot of lists, especially because I know Chris's list pretty well, there isn't much to put on there.
Yeah.
Like if you're not holocroning it, you're probably not paying for it. There's vibro knife, and there's the 1 personal shield, and there's a bunch of 0 costs, and then there's a mind probe, 1 force throw, expensive stuff that you rarely play. So Vader rolls in. Vader gets a pretty poor roll for Vader. A shield, not too shabby, but at a blank. So can't see Chris's hand, but
Does pitch a Millennium Falcon. That's I would have thought you would want to save that, unless
think
of course
so,
you've
too,
got a bunch of
because-
removal in your hand. You're trying to get rid of it. I don't know.
the 4 straight damage. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Although I think I saw him put. I don't know what he put at the bottom, but I got the impression he had a lot of big cards in hand because of what he put on the bottom.
So you think his hand is all
I think
just
it's
big things?
big things.
So I think if I was Chris, I'd maybe take that as some kind of a sign.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, okay. And then you were right, because
He straight up
the
flames.
second one. So that's 4 damage onto Vader. 1 of the damage blocked by a shield.
Which gives three re-rolls for Vader, which is, I think, a pretty good situation.
Yeah.
He's got the $1. He could end up with a 9 or 7, 8. Lex not to play the Vibro Knife when he has it, because I guess he wanted to pay for the electroshock.
No, I don't think you have time in this matchup to play.
Well, it's got
the
ambush,
Vibro Knife.
so it doesn't take away time. It's money.
Well, yeah, the money too, right? But with the Tusken Raiders side, and then plus the Sith Holocron.
It's a tough choice because it lets you get around the Duggins. Because the Duggan is pretty heavy duty, right? But I saw he had the electroshock in hand, so that's why he didn't play the Vibro Knife.
Okay, and there's another Spirit of Rebellion addition to the classic Vader Raider deck, Lightsaber Throw. That's a card I see maybe not in every Vader Raider deck, just like kind of 50-50, and there's a bait and switch there.
It's between that and backup muscle, often, because they both do similar things, just one less damage faster. And so Vader turns what were pretty poor dice into some pretty good cards. The one melee turned into 3 effectively, and then then the resource turned into another 3.
Ralph, I think there was 5 Pomaz decks.
Yes, there was.
Yeah, 5 Pomaz decks out of a field of 30 players.
There's only one in the top 4, which is a bit of a surprise for me, but all 5 were in the top 10, and I think 4 of them were in the top 6. So it still did quite well.
Okay, so here's a good roll by Peter. That fast hands can resolve that special. Of course, he's opting to use the tactical aptitude first to perhaps dig for something. Something to throw at Vader. Sorry, my duck is telling me the semifinal round is over.
Yeah, so very dangerous with fast hands now, because especially if you can fast hands one special, because the second one's coming just straight off the claim. So it's really down to cards drawn, and tactical aptitude's going to help a lot with that.
Yeah, so that's a thermal detonator activation. Isolation, always important to get rid of those character dice. Yep. Yeah. That makes Maz's dice less of a threat. Of course, I know that Peter plays 2 copies of, I think, Cunning in his deck. So if he can get both of those down onto Maz.
And he has 4 resources already, so and he's going for Poe. So Maz will get dangerous very soon.
Now, of course, if you take out the Poe, then all of a sudden it doesn't become that.
Not unless Poe. If Poe's done a lot of damage, which he's starting to pile up, Maz with a rocket launcher, Maz with a DL-44 can finish out a game in a way that a lot of support characters can't. Okay, a lot of support characters can't. But at the same time, I saw Force Strike in Chris's hand, so that's 3, and there's another one. So it's not a bad, not a bad chance that Poe could die this round. So we'll see if that happens or not, because that's huge.
So there's that blaster. That's another thing that's not quite common, I think.
No, it's very common.
Oh,
it's very common. They're really low on removal.
Yeah,
and it gives. They're really low on movement.
Gives an increased threat to Maz.
Yeah, because Poe and Maz doesn't pay money for a lot of things. They often end up with a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. So slowly building the threat level up on Maz.
Oh, definitely.
I mean,
so he's thinking about what to resolve.
This deck is all like these 2 decks. It's all about racing, right? It's like who can take down their big character first.
Damage race for sure. And it's a big hitting that 3. It's gonna be 4. Vader's gonna be up to 9. So he's got to he's really got to take the pot this turn, because the fast hands could kill him this turn.
Yeah.
So that's the real problem for him. Or even not fast hands, rolling the claim. Like Vader could die in a lot of different bad ways.
I don't think Peter's used any of his hit and runs yet either.
No. So what do we got in his hand? I see a force. I see a mind probe. That's not coming out. I see a force throw. Lothcat takes the damage away. Okay.
Yeah, just mitigate those Vader dice.
So now it's he's got okay, he's got a lightsaber. He's got another lightsaber throw, but he's short on money.
Okay, but he does get the Force Strike, so that's 9 damage on
Poe. But he doesn't have the dollar for the lightsaber throw.
The lightsaber throw, unfortunately, I mean, it would finish off Poe along with that one melee side that the Raiders.
But because he mitigated that 1 damage, which doesn't seem like a big deal, that prevents the hit and run Millennium Falcon kill. Although I think both Millennium Falcons are already in the trash.
Yes, that's right. And then I don't think Peter's deck is running launch base. No, it's just U-Wings and the DL Blaster, along with Rocket Launcher. Actually, Rocket Launcher might be able to finish it up if he has enough money to do it, right?
Yes, which he does. Oh, he definitely does. I mean, he's always going to have 2. So yeah, Rocket Launcher can be a danger for Vader. But he claimed the battlefield, which doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get to roll. So he doesn't have his fast hands.
Now, if he rolls out the Tusken Raider, gets the 3 melee side here, he could take out the...
Well, or Holocron into Mind Probe or something like that, right? But the chances are...
He'll need to have drawn the Mind Probe, because I know on the first turn he rolled a special side and all Holocron didn't do anything. Sorry, he opted to re-roll it because I don't think he had anything in his hand at that point.
So he's
So
gonna go.
yeah, looking for the kill
I
shot.
think he's going for the kill shot for the 3-for-1.
And doesn't quite get it. Oh, he does get the special.
Yeah,
So
he's got
let's see.
something.
Yeah, he's got something.
What's he got?
Mind Probe, Force.
I saw Mind Probe earlier in his hand. He's got Force Throws. He's got Mind Probes.
So let's see what it is.
Yep,
It is
he's got the
indeed a
Mind Probe.
Yeah. And then,
So he's sitting on a 1 and 3 for 5 damage here.
and you can resolve it because
Well,
if
he's,
it's
no,
a
he's
special,
got a 50-50 because
Yeah.
you get it for the 3-for-1.
you need the
Oh no, it's
special.
not a special.
Yeah, the special side, and because he's
it
resolving.
hits the special. Wow, what a turn of events.
So
now
now
he can
here's the
resolve
hit
it.
and run. Can you?
No, he can resolve it. No, he can't because he resolved off the
That's
Tuscan.
right, yeah.
I'm sorry, Stream. Yeah,
So
he resolved
here's
off
the
the
hit and
Tuscan,
run.
so that's why he
So
can't.
here's Peter's response to this.
Yeah.
Can he kill Vader? Well, I don't know. You said he couldn't, right? He does get this special.
He can kill Tuscan.
Oh, from
From a lot of things. He can do.
well, that's he needs to deal 5.
Oh, he needs
damage,
two
right?
actions,
Yeah,
two
yeah.
separate
So
actions. yeah.
Actually, luckily for Chris,
No, he can roll in. He can roll in Maz and do 5 damage.
with the hit. Yes,
Yeah,
with the
because
hit and run plus fast
he
hands,
gets
yeah.
to resolve. So he's got 2 characters at 5. So
So now does he? He has a rocket launcher, I think, in his hand. So if he rocket launchers and he uses the
two.
hit and run ambush to deal
He can
2,
kill.
yeah, he can kill off either Vader or.
yeah,
Tusken.
they're both at 5. Wow.
But I think he finished off the Tusken Raider because he's the one that can.
What a crazy turn of events.
Yeah.
Or he has any removal, he could opt to remove.
No, I think you just kill the thing that's going to kill your.
He didn't. Okay, so interesting. He didn't roll in Moss, and there's really no reason not to, because you get to do 2 dice. So he elected to only do.
What's the damage around?
Oh, he's fast handing. Sorry, he's fast hands. He fast hands the
Oh,
special.
okay. Yeah.
So yeah, Moss could roll a damage.
Oh
Moz-
no! You know
there's
what
the
he
focus.
did? He resolved the 2 damage to each of 2 characters.
So he rolled a focus into the 3.
yeah.
Yeah. So now the
Damn.
Tuscan is. Well, there you go. And he used up a lot of cards.
It's all about racing, right? Like that's what it is. So now let's see. It just needs. He has 3 cards, but that's enough to kill.
Yeah, he might kill Poe. He had 3 cards, so he killed Poe with the Mind Probe. But now we have a Tuscan with 3 health.
Now, to be fair, you've shut off the Emperor's Throne Room for Peter.
Yes.
If he can get a cunning
now.
down, yeah. If you can get a
No,
cunning
you
down,
haven't. A cunning, yeah.
Yeah, if you can get a cunning down, and you can copy the Mind Probe. I mean,
It still looks really bad.
huge
I mean,
trouble
just the
for him.
health disparity.
Yeah.
I mean,
That being said, I mean, the Tusken Raider over a large amount of rolls. I mean, it's going to have more damage output than Maz in her current configuration.
yeah, but like this Maz is going to get 3, right? But 3 is all she needs. So he can take the shield here, which is probably what he's going to do. I doubt he's going to reroll, which can give him around. But then you got to worry about planetary invasion, like planetary uprising. Like there's a lot of ways. Tuscan's just in a bad spot. I'm not saying it's over, but it's very difficult. Losing Vader before getting to roll him out, very bad. Hit and run, very powerful. So Chris is thinking about it. I mean, you can be pretty sure that because it's got 2 3 sides and Moss got 2 focus sides. You're pretty sure you're taking 3, so you got to figure some way to live. What he really needs is the force. What he really needs is a force illusion.
Yes.
So it buys him a whole round to do that. So Maz gonna have $4. So Maz can get another big upgrade too, though. Like she could get a rocket launcher. She should get whatever. Or if she gets something with a special, it's really bad.
So hit and run. The second hit and run is now turned off.
Yes.
No fast hands. So I mean, Maz still has her ability, so she can resolve damage. I think if she rolls the 3 damage side and the 1 damage side, that's enough to kill the Tusken Raider from his health. So yeah, man, at this point,
Okay,
it's
so-
all about hoping.
Well, I see a
your opponent
Duggan,
fades.
and a field medic, so those are both huge. So that's 5 extra life once he takes damage.
I will say, I mean, Peter's been drawing all his cards in the right order here.
Yeah.
Lightsaber throw useless now.
And no, you don't have to spot. The
Is it
Tuscan,
not
the
spot
no,
here?
I'm
Jeez.
fairly sure.
Like text is so small.
No, I think it's just about melee damage. The deflect is, which is pretty huge. Not that Maz is going to necessarily leave one out there to deflect.
Yeah, you're right. You don't need a blue character for that.
But, I mean, Chris doesn't know it, but he has to do 10, 13 points of damage. So Peter's thinking through his options.
I feel like it's kind of like a high noon scenario in like a old spaghetti western. You know, like two Pomaz.
That's true, and they both have action. They both have action sheets.
Got the fast hands.
Yeah, because Duskin's got 2 action sheets now. He can do 2/3 of his dice, and so can Maz.
You know, actually, if Tusken Raider rolls out and he hits all the if he hits like the 3 melee and the mind probe special,
Yep.
like that's 8 damage straight up, right?
Yep.
I mean, again, like the
If he doesn't use the
low,
card,
but
if he doesn't use the card, I mean, if Peter thinks of that, he can dug in,
oh yeah,
and he's down to 4.
I think
7
if Peter was like hedging his bets here, I think he would just like play Duggan first.
there's no reason not to. There's no reason. Like, there's one vibro knife in the trash.
I don't like again. I don't think you have time for Vibro Knife right now.
I don't know. It's got ambush, so it doesn't slow you down.
Yeah.
It's very consistent damage. Yeah, I think that's what he was thinking about with the Duggan, because now he's got 2 chances.
That's one thing people forget. You can still play those upgrades onto your characters. So he does get a 3 ranged. I mean, I feel like he might want to resolve that right now, but of course the Duggan's just going to get
he's thinking through the removal options. Already seen 2 Lothcat go, which wouldn't be applicable anyway. So the defensive position is, so yes, he should because of the defensive position. The defensive position was the one, and he hasn't seen one yet, so.
So that was the fast hands resolution. Now, do you think he's going to try to take a shield right away? Discard a card, take a shield? No?
I don't know what taking shield's going to get you, really.
Yeah.
Because right now, she needs 2 dice worth of damage to kill you. The rocket launcher is huge because it also brings the Emperor's Throne Room back into play.
special side, so that's another 2 damage you can deal.
Yeah.
Of course, if he spends $1 with dice removal,
That's
then
really,
it doesn't
it's
get
kind
much
of,
anymore.
in a way, it's unfortunate that they came out that way. If it was the Raider 3-for-1 and the Mind Probe, you'd still be able to claim.
Yes.
So now you can claim the Holocron, I guess. But you can Holocron for 4 solutions.
Holocron for the force speed, I see this.
Yeah.
Is the force illusion a blue ability?
Yep.
Jeez.
So I don't think he got a 4 solution.
Yeah, otherwise you would have just slammed that
Slammed
out.
it down, yeah. Because now this is a very high, I'd say over 50%. I can run all the odds in my head while talking, but it's definitely over 50% of this being killed.
So it looks like, is that a 2 damage side?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's 6 damage, I think?
Yeah, he could do 6.
Yeah, he had field
4,
medic,
he had lots of different.
had 2 cunnings, I think, looks like, and a thermal deck. Alright, so that makes Peter Smith the 4-1 Games Star Championship. The Star Champion for 2017. I just one thing I want to say is, I know there's a lot of vitriol against the Pomaz deck, and yes, I agree, it's extremely powerful. It might be tiring to see it win constantly, but I will say that like Peter has, he's played the deck a lot as well. I don't think it's just straight line. I think it's got, the choices you make in deck building. For example, I don't know if 2 cunnings is as common as I think it is.
No, it's become much more common.
It's starting to become much more common.
Because mirror match
Yes.
is quite good.
Yeah.
Plus, it's very common now because there's a belief that Kylo and young Vader is
Right.
a deterrent or a good matchup, and it's
yes.
brutal to Kylo. I mean, young Vader. It's 4 damage to young Vader on his own special. It's very
And
brutal.
I just like the fact that before Maz was like an extreme, like a straight up support character, and now like with the cunnings, you can make her into quite a threat now.
Oh, for the question on stream, it was Peter with Pomaz who.
Yeah. So it actually came down to, like we were saying earlier, it was a high noon situation where, I mean, both players did have the potential to roll out and one-shot their opponents.
Yeah, just Maz's was much higher.
Yeah,
she had
Maz
to
had
do
a higher-
She had to do
higher
4
percentage.
damage. She had to do 8.
All right, and there's justice for you. Peter opening the freighter.
Get smug. Take that. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. You can't. There's no deck that you can play just completely mindless.
Yeah.
But I played my Pomaz for like a week, and then went undefeated in the Swiss last week. So, I'm not saying it's mindless, but it is a deck that, for better or for worse, you don't really worry too much about what your opponent's doing.
Right.
You don't have that much removal anyway, and you're kicking out a ton of damage.
So what do you think of the mirror though? Like, you think the mirror is more what you don't care what your opponent's doing, or do you have to play? A little
I think you
more
do
like
to
your
some extent,
opponent's
but it's a real draw off, especially
Yeah.
if it's the same battlefield. Then it's really just what you draw.
Peter, you want to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Slide on.
Cool. Well, we don't have a webcam, so we can't bring your beautiful mug up. But,
okay.
I was telling the stream that you and Chris were playtesting against each other all last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, both you and Chris knew what was in each other's decks.
Yeah, although he didn't know that I put in the defensive positioning.
Oh, really? That was like a
that was my
last-minute
last little
change?
tweak because I saw
That's
so many
hilarious.
people not running Pomaz.
So tell me about Tactical Aptitude. Like, Tactical Aptitude, that card that we saw in your semifinal match, the one that lets you draw a card and then put a card in the bottom when you activate that character it's attached to. Yeah, I don't see that in a lot of any decks, really. I mean, to say Pomaz, that just helps you find your big, like, things, right? A lot quicker, or what?
yeah, I mean, like, it's a 0 cost, and so anything that costs nothing that
Yeah.
stays in play for the rest of the game is
Yep.
already better than most cards in the game.
Yeah.
And then the big problem with Pomaz is when you don't draw into your big weapons, or when you're playing against Unkar or Kylo and you're actually afraid to have your big weapons.
And you just tuck them at the bottom, eh?
So yeah, like essentially, if you have 5 cards in your hand and you don't have a single one of your weapons, the odds of you drawing into something that does damage with Tactical Aptitude is actually pretty good.
Yep.
And then the other nice thing about Tactical Aptitude, not that it mattered in any game except for actually the other game on camera, was you can start card counting. So like at a certain point in the game, I actually knew what the next couple cards were going to be.
Yeah.
Right, because they're at the bottom, so I just know.
So, you've played this deck for like maybe 2-3 weeks now?
Yeah, this is the end of the second week of playing it, and I got mowed the first time that I played Pomaz in a tournament.
I was making a remark at the end of this match about how, it seems like it's just basically a high variance, all in what you roll, no interaction deck. But I just feel like, I mean, it takes some skill to know when to go for the damage, when to claim.
Yeah, when to
especially
hide
against
your die.
Yeah, when to hide your dice as well, based on what your opponent is playing.
So like against Chris,
Yeah.
because he has a high amount of die removal, there's either like hit and run, just don't even think about it, you just do it and you're going to resolve all your dice. But if you don't have that, then what you're doing is you're trying to wait for them to use their resources so that they can't negate your dice, and then you roll in Poe, and then you do your big damage.
Yeah. You gonna be playing in the next week's?
I got to go defend the Star Trek Championship.
I don't know if I didn't know if I wanted to mention that or not. I couldn't remember if you were still the what was it National Star Trek Attack League Nationals, right?
Well, Star Trek, I'm 2-time world champ, so I'm going to defend the third time this time.
So now you want to talk about broken game? I mean, I've only played that game once, but apparently it's just like ridiculous 30 dice combos or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely reducing your variance because you can get the target lock focus scenarios.
Yep.
For those that play X-wing, and then you can up your attack dice to get to about 8. 6 to 8 could be like a 1 burst shot. So generally, it's like a 2-turn engagement. So it's all about before the engagement how you're going to actually do the attack.
All right, congratulations, Peter.
Yeah,
I
man.
think that's going to wrap it up for today. Like we said earlier, tune in next Saturday for the face-to-face Destiny Store Champions. We'll be live streaming with full commentary throughout Swiss and the elimination. So check our website, vttv.live, for our upcoming schedule, as well as follow us here on Twitch and or YouTube. If you go to our YouTube channel, which is at gaming.youtube.com/vttvlive, all one word. You'll be able to see the videos of past Destiny tournaments as well as this tournament. We will be splicing up the rounds and putting up those rounds separately so you can view those at your leisure. Once again, thank you everybody for viewing, and thank you to the players for attending this tournament. It was a very hot and muggy day, and yeah, we'll see you next week.